Okay, time to get the Doodle stream started. Let's put on some music. Is the music volume okay? Can you hear me? Is the music volume okay? Hello. Could be slightly quieter. I'm gonna decrease it a little bit. Is that okay? If I keep talking, is the music okay? If I keep talking, is the music okay? If I keep talking, is the music okay? Okay, this is good. If the music at any point is too loud or I'm too quiet or something, let me know. This time, instead of a sketchbook, we're going to be sketching using some Canson mixed media paper for sketching, so I have more room, and also I hate this paper. I haven't found much use for it because I don't like to draw on it. I bought it on sale as a test, but it has this really notable porous texture that doesn't suit my drawing style at all, but I think it's going to be good for just sketching. The problem is that if I put it sideways like this, the cover hits the microphone. So I don't know, should I just draw like this and tear out the pages? We'll see. Let's try drawing like this. Also, let me know if VLC on screen doesn't update and show which song it's playing, because that means I've accidentally removed focus from it, and I can fix that by just clicking the window. But yeah, what do I start with? No one has requested anything, so I'm going to... I don't know. I'm trying to control myself and not draw about my hyperfixation right away. Let's draw a Gardevoir so I can talk about the... Oops, sorry, I hit the microphone. No, Rai, I will not. I have to control myself. I have to focus on other things before I let loose. So yeah. What's been happening in the world? Let's talk about my quest for the life-size Gardevoir plush that ended up in flames while I tried to draw a Gardevoir. Actually, I can use my tiny Gardevoir plush for reference. Give me a second to grab it. There we go. Here she is. So yeah, Pokemon Center put up pre-orders for a life-size Gardevoir, but I tried so hard. I tried so hard to find a way to buy it, but unfortunately there is no Pokemon Center in the EU. The UK, US or Japan Pokemon Centers don't ship outside of their respective regions. I could use a proxy service, but a life-size Gardevoir is so big that my proxy services, anyone I checked, told me that shipping would be 880 euros minimum, and that's insane. So life-size Gardevoir Plus dream is dead for now. The only way I could get one... Oh no, I tried to rotate the sketchbook. Yeah, the only way I can get one day if it's on sale on eBay for a decent price. It's not like I could have bought one now anyway because they're too expensive, but I'm still annoyed about the whole thing. That there's a thing I want to buy and I don't even have the opportunity. When will they bring Pokemon Center to EU? Everyone hates EU. With the new EU laws and everything in place, no one wants to ship items here anymore. Fluffy cheek things. Shipping costs suck, yeah. Yeah, I know, it's a lot. Like, surely if I bought a big item from a business, a store, it wouldn't cost 880 euros. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But it is what it is. International shipping has gotten so ridiculously expensive. Mr. K, I'm drawing Gardevoir. Again, like my previous Doodle streams, if anyone wants to request a character, no OCs, a character or an animal, donate 10 or more euros on coffee, or join my Patreon. But if no one requests anything, I'm gonna draw characters I want to draw. And we're starting with Gardevoir, my favorite Pokemon since I was a little girl and played Sapphire for the first time. I was so jealous of Wally's Ralts. I actually first fell in love with Ralts when playing Sapphire as a kid. And then I learned it has cool evolutions and I've loved Gardevoir ever since. It's so pretty. Also like that Gardevoir has the ability to like protect their trainer and help them with mental issues. I don't know if you understand if you're not a drawer, but like you can see the texture on this paper. This is why we're using this for doodling, because the texture prevents me from doing fine details, and I like to do fine details in my art. That's why I haven't been able to use this paper for pretty much anything, but we're using it for the doodling now. So what else has been happening in the world, besides my unfortunate quest for the life-size Gardevoir? Well, a lot's happening all the time in the real world, but I don't know if I want to talk about it too much. There's nothing to add other than try to be good, try to do your best in these tough times. Gardevoir has funny arms. The art style where characters have limbs that get like thicker near the end is cute, but I don't really know how to draw that style well. Gardevoir has like... As a kid I didn't know Gardevoir has legs. I thought it was just a floating ghost. Beak style, yeah, it's a fun style, but I'm not good with stylization. I think the head is maybe a bit too big, but oh well. You know, I just remembered I was supposed to play like final boss music while I deleted Twitter and I forgot. So the stream is off to a great start. Oh well. I'll add it in post before I upload it to YouTube. The hem is probably too large, but... By the way, this pencil is called Peppermint, I just noticed. Gardevoir has Mr. Krabs legs. True! I think the legs are white. These are mid-range colored pencils. Hi G! I'm not going to use my nice colored pencil that I use for my normal drawing work because they're sorted in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... they're currently sorted in 21 boxes by colors, so they don't fit on my desk next to me. These pencils fit in one box, they're good for like lighthearted sketching. So I don't have to rummage through 3 boxes of blue pencils to find the one I want. Oh, hi Coneman! Astounding coincidence with the drawing equipment? What do you mean? Oh yeah, the peppermint name! Sorry, I already got distracted. Yeah, that's weird. What's it called, peppermint? I mean, this is a green I like. I guess this is based on the leaves of the peppermint plant. Nice to see so many people here today. I hope to go for a few hours, like 4 or 5 hours. We'll see if I get tired before that. But thanks for hanging out, even if it's for just a little while. I'm trying to think of topics to talk about before I unleash the brain rot and drive away everyone. You got food? Good. I was going to ask what you're eating, but I already know, so I don't know why I was I had the impulse to ask. Okay, now we need some red. Is this like pencil ASMR? Does that sound good or annoying on the microphone? I don't know. My hand is kinda in the way of my drawing, but yeah, it's fine. I'm going to try to hold it here. Oliver has this red thing on the back too. She's like skewered. Oh, hi Purveyor Arcade, nice to see you. You missed the delete Twitter part of the stream. It was really quick and I forgot to play music, but I'm uploading it to YouTube. And adding music, so... Do a bit of red line work. Sorry to hear you're having trouble with internet lagging. That's super annoying. We have a donation! I'm going to check who... Oh, Roimani! I'm going to check your donation message in a sec. I'm going to finish Carnivore. Thank you so much. I should have prepared a list of topics because I have topics floating in my head, but like... Oh, I read... No last minute shitpost before the deletion? No, sadly no, I had locked my account and everything. I have archived my account though. Before I stopped posting I downloaded the archive version for it. For myself. The Gardevoir sketch looked gorgeous, thank you. Like I said, Gardevoir is my favorite Pokemon since I was a kid alongside with Ralts. I don't know why I never liked Kirlia as much. I do like Kirlia but not as much as the first and last evolutions. My other favorite Pokemon is Golurk, though that's a far newer development. I read some news today that Infinity Nikki, the open world dress-up gacha game, is coming on Steam, which is great news because that means I won't have to fiddle with the launcher of that game and I can actually start playing it. I've been eyeing it, I read about the gacha aspects and seems like the game doesn't like prevent you from exploring the world if you don't pay, so that's nice. I'm gonna check it out when I have time when it's out on Steam. It looks nice, like a chill game to just hang around in a bit, explore some pretty environments. Scoots donated, thank you so much. Your all-time favorite is Roselia? Yeah, Roselia is so nice. I like Roselia. I like these feminine plant-based Pokemon in general a lot for the most part. I'm gonna check your donations and requests after I finish the Gardevoir. Thank you so much. Your favorite is Slugging? Yeah, Slugging is a good one. Let's use some... This Dark Red Violet hit my hand. Let's use this for some lines and shading. I've been reading about Hello Kitty Island Adventure lately and I really want to play that too, but it's like 40 euros and I don't have that kind of money to shell out on the game. I hope it comes on sale at a later time. We all must be the same age if we like Gen 3 Pokemons the most. Childhood nostalgia. But yeah, Sapphire was my first game, so... Oh, this is one of those songs that I'm worried might get my video blocked on YouTube, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Galaday's alright too, except for that goofy overall crotch thing. Yeah, I don't dislike Galaday, but it's my least favorite of the evolutionary line. It has the big ass hips for some reason. I guess it's slight. I think it's supposed to imitate specific kind of like boots or hip armor, but I'm not sure. Automod code cross thing, yeah. I have the automod set to strict just in case, because I'm paranoid and worried. What have you guys in chat been playing recently? I haven't been playing video games much because I've been working, and I've been working through my personal challenge to watch 100 new movies this year. And by new I mean movies I haven't seen yet, or movies I haven't seen since I was a small child. So I've been spending my evenings with that mostly, and drawing and working. Fortnite? Yeah, I saw you got the big points for the season. Let's use a bit more red before, green before this is finished. This is good, so to say, training for me, because I actually have a lot of anxiety about sketching in front of people. Sketching is the hardest part of a drawing process for me. This was the same when I went to school and had art courses and friends I would draw with. I had problems with sketching in company then too. I don't know why. Wow, more Sonic music. I started my movie watching challenge in December because I realized I've been watching a lot of movies, and what if I write them all down? So I hope to have seen 100 movies before December 2025. I am up to 24 films. Oh, 25 films now. So a quarter of the way there. Bashing your head through 2H's double spoiler, which is like playing through a mini golf course and getting minimum 20 over par every time. Oh! I hate golf and mini golf. There we go, that's a Gardevoir. I'm gonna put my model away now, and let's see what my siblings requested. I have an inkling. I hope they're nice to me. Let me pull up email. You bet you requested the same thing. We'll see. I should see the messages here, but if I don't see the messages, I'll ask you to tell the character in chat. Rai donated first, so let's have a look. Hatsune Miku! Good idea, good idea! 100 films? Yeah, there are 365 days in a year. 2 movies per week, yeah. I think, like I said, I'm already a quarter of the way there, so I think I'll be able to do it. I have such a huge backlog of films I want to watch because I'm just bad at prioritizing and watching films and shows. So I thought, now I'm actually going to watch through my backlog. The instigator for the challenge, so to say, was my want to face my childhood trauma of Spirited Away. I wanted to finally watch it as an adult and see why it scared me so much as a kid that it turned me off from Ghibli films entirely for all this time. And I braved it in December. I watched Spirited Away and I loved it and I'm so glad I watched it. I've been so much braver about watching scary and emotional films. Now it's been really fun and exciting. I understand well why I was so scared of Spirited Away as a kid. It was like the perfect age for me to understand the distressing aspects of the film, but not understand the plot. So all that was in my head was just like, oh my god, Chihiro is in so much turmoil and pain and sad, and it makes me feel bad, and I didn't understand the plot or the good things that happened in the film, and I just remembered the scary moments and the bad feelings, so... But that's fear's been faced, I'm so happy. Oh, long message. I'm gonna read it. Yeah, I'm so sorry about your internet troubles. That sounds really annoying. We used to have a lot of internet troubles before a company installed optical cables around here, simply because the cables on our street were so old that made streaming entirely difficult for Rai. Speaking of shows, you highly recommend Kaiba 2008. It's so good and underrated. The score is Chef Kiss. What is Kaiba 2008? Thank you so much for donating, G. I'll check your donation later. I have to draw Miku now. Your intro to Miyazaki was Spirited Away. What a beautiful movie. It is. It was my intro too, but I was just... I absorb like emotions from the shows I watch. So when I watch... Even as a kid, so when I watch a show where a character is distressed, I become distressed. And that was the main takeaway I've had from Spirited Away as a kid. But what a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful movie. Good luck with Miku, thank you. I'm going to try to draw Miku without reference. This is not the first time I've drawn Miku, but... I also don't want to draw one character for forever, in case there are many donations, like there's now 3 donations, which is many to me, so... Let's try to go for a slight anime look for Miku instead of the 3% more realistic faces I normally draw. How does Miku's hair go? Here, headphones. I hope you enjoy the playlist I've made for this stream. I spent days on it because I don't know why. I have immaculate taste in music. Went to a Japanese restaurant in Helsinki and the walls were filled with Miyazaki film posters. Pretty cool place too. If you guys have any favorite Ghibli films, do tell me in chat because I'm going to watch more besides just Spirited Away. I think The Secret Life of Arrietty might be next up on my list. I have seen Kiki before, so I'm not going to watch that for this challenge. I do like Kiki even though I was like Ghibli traumatized. Arit is amazing, yeah. The Pig, you haven't watched it. Porco Rosso, I have seen some of it. So I don't think it's suitable for this challenge, because I remember the parts I've watched, but I know I haven't seen it in full. I also want to watch Mononoke and Nausicaa and Laputa. Those are films I hear a lot about, but have never seen. And a YouTuber I like really likes Whisper of the Heart, so I think I should check that out too. Miku's arm is going to be blocked, but that's okay. Horse Moving Castle. I know that people like it, but I actually hate that movie solely because the book it's based on happens to be my favorite book, and the film takes the book, mangles it into an unrecognizable mess. So, no shade to anyone who likes the film, but I just can't. It ruins everything I like about the book. Let's see, how tall is she? 1, 2, 3, 5 heads. That's a bit short, but we roll with that for now. Usually I like to draw my characters like 6 heads tall. Stowcave, thank you so much. I'm going to check your message after everyone else's. Now there's a backlog of requests. Thank you so much. I guess she's posing like this now. Small heels. And she has like tall boot things, I think. And a pleated skirt and a grey sleeveless shirt with a collar and a tie. She has the O1 on this arm tattooed, I think. Hypa takes place in a futuristic dystopian world where memories and bodies are literally bought, and so the protagonist also lost his memories and has to find a mysterious girl. That's an interesting premise. I'm not a big anime watcher, but I want to like fix that too. Like this year my operation is movies, but next year I'd like to catch up on shows and games I've missed and that are in my backlog. So I'm definitely making notes of things people are talking about to look into later in case there's something interesting. Oh, hello, boss fight music! I try to keep the playlist light of like battle themes and whatnot so it'd be relatively chill, but I just could not include this song. Is it possible for me to add FFZ emotes? Oh, I guess it is, but I don't know how. I thought only Twitch affiliates who can act emotes would be able to do that. I'll look into it after the stream, so next time there's Yotsua and dance emotes. She also has the thing. Miku is an icon. I love Miku. I don't like Vocaloid music because the electronics. I have a lot of sensitivities regarding sounds, and Vocaloids almost always sound too electronic for me, even when they're mixed really well, and that just makes me uncomfortable. Similarly, I can't listen to a lot of electronic music necessarily if the voices are too edited, because it just sounds uncomfortable to me. You love this team? Hell yeah! Let's add yachts for the next time. Oh no! I broke the pencil. This always happens. Mind you, these pencils aren't super good quality, so it happens that I'm also way too violent with sharpening them. Your mom's being shown the Miku shrimp video and found it annoying, so I got why did not sweet everyone. Yeah. Oh, I can't get it out of this thing. There we go. Miku is a fraud? Mr. Giza does the real singing? Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Gumi is my favorite Vocaloid. She has a slightly softer voice than a lot of the other old Vocaloids. She could also sing in English initially, so she had a wider voice bank, and also I like her design. Okay, so let's use this darker cerulean blue now. The latest film I watched and added to my list was Jumanji from the 90s. I watched it with Rai earlier this week. I had only seen a part of it as a kid, and what I remembered from it was that I saw a scary scene from near the end of the movie. It was pretty okay. It was a pretty fun watch. I have some big criticisms of the film, but I mostly enjoyed it a lot. Oh! Good music alert! Another risky song that might get me blocked on YouTube. What will cross that bridge when we come to it? I'm trying to control myself and not give in to the brain rot yet. What other movies have I been watching? I watched Belle from a couple of years ago, the anime musical based on Beauty and the Beast. I liked it quite a bit. And I watched an anime movie called Children of the Sea, which was pretty crazy but also like really beautiful. And then I've been watching a plethora of different live-action movies. What you like about Miku is that she's versatile. Many artists have interpreted her in multiple unique ways. Yeah, Miku is an icon. Everyone... She's like Spider-Man. Everyone can be Miku and Miku can be anything. I love that about her. I wanna draw a Finnish Miku one day, or a peppermint Miku, something. It's been done before, but I'd like to do my own Miku one day. Whoa, her nose is sore. I like drawing big noses. That's not a good thing for anime-style characters always. Would you ever watch the 1995 Romeo and Juliet film? Or whatever it was? I'm not sure which movie you mean. Thank you so much for the donation, the Coleman. There's a backlog of requests now, so I'll get to it once I finish all the others. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the donations, guys. I really appreciate it. Oh, it has Leguizamo. Is it a musical film? The Brazilian Miku literally created the Miku-verse. Oh, the original Brazilian Miku was so fun. I have seen different Mikus before that though. I've seen Black Miku and Filipino Miku before Brazilian Miku blew up and popularized the Miku-verse. But I'm just so happy to see everyone draw their own Mikus. Leguizamo reminds me that one of my favorite films I've watched this year was Moulin Rouge. It's been my favorite that I've seen so far, along with Spirited Away and Watership Down. Link the movie to me, its Wikipedia page on Discord, Scoots. I'll check it out and see if it's interesting to me. I've been watching free movies on Yle Areena lately, the Finnish free tax-funded news site's streaming service. I watched Marilyn Monroe's The 7-Year Itch with my mom. It was fine, a bit boring and not that exciting to me, a bit uninteresting, but it was interesting to watch because it's such an iconic film. But Some Like It Hot is a way more fun Marilyn Monroe film to me. And I also found a Finnish-American action film from the 60s on Yle Areena, and I've been obsessed with it lately. It was so fun and weird, and I loved it. It was like a diet Sean Connery-era James Bond film, but set in Finland. It was so weird and fun. Gotta go for a bit. Happy drawing. Thanks for stopping by, Blank. See you later if you come back later. You still gotta watch that. If anyone here has access to a VPN, go check out Juokse kuin varas on Yle Areena. I'm gonna write it in chat. I think it's going to be removed from there in like a week, so go check it out if it's interesting to you. Most of the film's dialogue is in English, so I've been telling some friends from other countries to check it out if they have a VPN. I don't think I'm going to color in this Miku fully or in a super detailed manner, just so I can get to the other requests too, but I have to draw her properly either way. Are you guys excited for Okami 2? I'm so excited for Okami 2. We had a disappointing moment today after learning that the latest Vocaloid engine heavily incorporates AI, but sadly Yamaha doesn't explicitly state what sort of data they use to train them, just gush about the opportunity. It's like a utility tech company. Yeah, with Vocaloids there's been a lot of discourse because many people think the AI in Vocaloids is generative AI, and up until now at least it has not been, so it probably isn't that yet either, and they're probably just using buzzwords, but gotta be careful regardless. I'd wager it's not generative AI yet, but we'll see. Never put it past a company to jump on a stupid fad either way. Apparently AI Miku was supposed to come out in 24, then 25, now 26, and they do have some development problems. Yeah, we'll see how that turns out. But for the time being there are no, so to say, bad AI Vocaloids. But I suppose one day there will be, we'll see. I think she has some kind of details on the top, but I don't remember what, so we'll just let it be this for now. By the way, I got to listen to that Railing's Vocaloid Kumi version of the Finnish hit song from a couple of summers ago called Cha Cha Cha. I got to listen to it. Apparently she can pronounce Finnish pretty well. There's the pingers. She looks mean. I made her eyes too slanted. And the nose too sharp. That's why she looks mean. She looks like a Disney mean girl. Speaking of disappointing stuff, Mike Pollock has gone off the rocker for good, I'd say. In case you didn't know, a year or so ago, people got really pissed off at him for good reason, because he had a mini meltdown about supporting Israel and being against Palestine a year or so ago. But apparently now, this week, on Twitter, he's been like encouraging people to harass some minors. I saw the messages myself and couldn't believe it, it was so stupid. Got a taste for blood, you met Miku, not Pollock, or maybe he did too. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Mike Pollock, but I actually did some reading because I saw people saying that this is another case of a popular voice actor who's been kinda sus for years, but only recently people have taken notice of it, because with popular people there's always fans downplaying the bad things they may have done or caused. But yeah, it seems like I could find stuff from years ago already indicating that Pollock has a history of like not good behavior regarding fans. So yeah, it's kinda gross, kinda annoying. People are hoping Sega would do something, but I bet Sega won't care at all. Sega won't care. Again, I don't know too many of the details, but I did look into it a bit to just see and make my own opinion, and I think that whatever he's doing and saying currently is kinda gross and seems like it's not the first time. Recently you heard your friend say he was giving up Mike Pollock for making a crass joke about Dean Bristow, and so I looked it up, and the joke was from 222. Yeah. Yeah. I found some similar sentiments from several years ago. That apparently he has a habit of saying some really weird or offensive things, and it's always been excused as a joke. So, yeah. It seems like a worrying pattern that people have noticed recently. I did the fun thing about this. The silver lining is that I saw people saying that I'm sorry I forget his name, but the man who plays Eggman in Snapcube's redubbed videos, people are saying that he should be the next official Eggman voice, and I think that would be pretty funny if it happened. I'm going to add a bit of color to make this Miku nicer before I move on to the next one. Can't he just shut the fuck up online and make stupid joke to his family IRL? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can make stupid jokes to people, but only if everyone is in on the joke. Like, I can talk about woke chins and women ruining video games to my siblings all I want, because they know I'm being ironic and we're laughing at the two stupid people who seriously say these things together. When you're online or in a public space, you have to be like smarter about what you say. You can't just say offensive shit and say it's a joke. You're still saying offensive shit. That's a lot of Sonic music already in this stream. Yeah, I don't want to read that message aloud, Purveyor Arcade, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. That's... We're old men stupid. Where anyone can be stupid, but... Okay, I'm trying to think of a nicer thing to talk about. Ooh! I finished my... my friend the Luigi guy on Twitch finished his 999 stream series last weekend. A really interesting game, and it was a great stream series. You should check out the Luigi guy, he works really hard on his streams. Plays a lot of indie games and interesting visual novels and mystery games. I have a lot of mixed feelings about the game, even though the stream series was awesome. It resonates with a lot of people, it has a really active, vivid fandom, but it didn't quite click with me. It's one of those games with a cool mystery story, but to me, sometimes with mystery stories, the characters don't feel like real characters, they feel like puzzle pieces, and I'm just there to enjoy the mystery and the story, and I just can't feel for the characters because they don't feel like real characters, if that makes sense. And that happened to me with 999. I can't talk about the game in detail because it's super spoiler heavy, and the allure of the game is the mystery. But yeah. If you like mystery games, definitely look into it, and if you can play it on the DS, because that's the optimal version. To quote Mike Tyson, whenever it's a real quote or not, you don't care. Social media made you all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. That's a really good quote. Yeah, this is some Moomin music. I hid some anime songs here. Let's give Miku pink eyes because I can. Hell yeah! Get some pink here. I know these parts should be cyan, but we're coloring them pink now because I can. And some pink for the lines to make her more vivid. What Moomin there mozzarella? What? You want to learn this song on your kalimba? Oh, kalimba is such a fun instrument. I don't have a good sense of rhythm or melody or anything. I've never been musically gifted. I also think I like music less than a lot of people in general, but like I said, I have a lot of I have a lot of problems with different kinds of audio for some reason, so I guess that plays into it. We'll see if you can get that Moomin game that released not long ago. Snufkin Melody of Moomin Valley, yes, do play it if you want, it's really good. It captures the spirit and tone of Moomin super well. It's funny and charming and heartwarming. If you can play it in the spring, it's an amazing spring game, I think. They released DLC for it recently too that I haven't played yet, but I want to. It's a really fun and charming game. Made super well. Hi Mark, thank you so much! Okay, that's Miku. I hope you're satisfied, right? Look at her up close. Let's see the next request. I'm trying to remember who donated and in what order. Let's see, Scoots was the second one. I'm getting lost. Scoots, can you tell me what you requested in chat? Because I can't find the message in my email. I'm getting overwhelmed. What was your request? I know it's a brain rot time. Tell me what was your request. Let's get it over with. You made the message private. Okay, let me see if I can find it that way. Okay, here, I found it. Oh! Oh, that's good! That's a really good request, Scoots. I'm gonna draw that. And I'm not gonna say what it is, people have to guess. Yeah, I found your message in the latest section, Rai, but now I couldn't find anything in the latest section again. I'm going to have to find some reference for this request on my phone. Drawing reference just to make sure. I'm gonna find a appropriate pencil. Let's take the peppermint green again. Let's see. Oh, I really need to install some stuff on the browser on my phone. This is gross. I hate doing things on my phone. There he is. I'll put the phone here so I see my reference. Okay, brain rot time. Who up here addicted to Dragon Ball in 2025? That's me and my siblings. Thank you, Stokey, for streaming Dragon Ball Z Kakarot and causing this disease in my family. Yeah, it was Stokey's fault. Because the game was so interesting to watch and then I wanted to watch the show and now Dragon Ball is my favorite thing and has replaced Batman as my hyperfixation. It's weird to say, but I feel like I was born to be a Dragon Ball fan, even though I don't think I would have liked it as a child and it's only now as an adult. In a post-Akira Toriyama world. Oh my god, it's playing a Dragon Ball song. I can't believe it. But yeah, I think my entire life has been leading up to me becoming a Dragon Ball fan in my 30s. Born to like Dragon Ball, forced to watch Naruto. You love the timing? And that's so real, right? I used to watch Naruto as a kid, but then I gave up when I got bored. And in retrospect, I can understand why Naruto would be like a comfort show for many people in their adulthood, but I just can't. I just can't. Besides, they killed my favorite character, so what's the point? I also read Bleach growing up. Oh my god, I could not go back to Bleach. There's too much stuff there that I just could not stomach anymore. I liked it at the time, but then I lost interest in it around the time skip. And I'm pretty sure they might have killed my favorite character in Bleach too. And then I started to read One Piece in my teenage years, and I still read One Piece. I read volume 107 today and cried hysterically because it was so epic and sad and gut-wrenching and exciting. allow One Piece, but it's different. Dragon Ball is like a fun world full of fun characters where you can just do anything, play with anything, chill out. It's super comforting and fun. It's so much like Sonic, and that shouldn't be surprising since Sonic is so much based on Dragon Ball. And I've been a Sonic fan since I was a kid, so I was born to be a Dragon Ball fan. I see so many parallels with Sonic and how I enjoy Sonic. I like almost all the characters. The world feels limitless. You can do anything with it. It's so cozy and fun. Batman is similar to that too, but the world is of course more limited and more serious and realistic, but... With One Piece, do I love One Piece, but it's one big narrative that's eventually going to end. It doesn't have space and room to... It's not a sandbox or a playground in the same way as Dragon Ball or Sonic are to me. Oh, it's the funny fella! You can recognize that funny fella's hat! Yeah! It's Chaozu from Dragon Ball, the latest little guy I'm obsessed with that not a lot of people care about. My sister and I, and Rai too, but my sister and I in particular, we love Chaozu. He's such a little guy. We've been watching original Dragon Ball with my siblings now. We just started the Demon King Piccolo arc, so we just finished Tien arc. Chaozu is so good. He's so good, he's so cute and fun. I have a growing list of minor Dragon Ball characters that don't have fans online that I'm obsessed with, and Chaozu is definitely one of them. You're not the most active watcher of anime, but you do like providing supporting hype for others. Yeah, I'm not a big anime watcher. I watched it more as a kid, but I haven't watched any new anime for years, and now I'm watching old anime with Dragon Ball. I was supposed to last year start watching Sailor Moon because I never saw it as a kid, but then Dragon Ball happened, and that's my life now. I still want to get on the Sailor Moon ride, though maybe next year once I finish my movie project. I also want to watch Delicious in Dungeon Meshi at some point, and I have a list of other stuff to watch, like Princess Tutu. Oh my god, I'm going to sneeze. And I'd like to check out Spy X Family at some point. I have a list of stuff to check out, but yeah. For almost 10 years, Batman was my main comfort show and hyperfixation that I draw about and think about all the time, and now that's Dragon Ball, and it's fun. It's just so funny because this summer is the 10th year anniversary of when I became a Batman fan. I know it's 10 because 10 years ago they started to show Batman 66 on Yle, and that's how I became a Batman fan. So I can actually point the exact time when it happened. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I can kinda also point that last year I watched my friend Stoke stream Dragon Ball game, and now I'm a Dragon Ball fan. Dungeon Meshi is so fun. Can't wait for season 2. Few friends who are super big for One Piece, and so I was there to cheer on when the one big plot moment happened back in 2023. If anyone here is interested in One Piece, I recommend the Netflix show. It's a really good way to experience the series if you're less into anime, don't have much time, just want to get to know One Piece a little bit. I'm excited for Netflix One Piece season 2. I'm too lazy to copy the kanji exactly, so let's approximate it here. Approximation of the kanji. I'm not sure what the kanji on Chaozu's clothes at this point says. I think there's a different kanji in his modern design, since he no longer wears the Crane school clothes. This music is from Subnautica Below Zero. I love Subnautica Below Zero and its soundtrack, one of my favorite video game soundtracks, one of the most beautiful and atmospheric soundtracks I know. Please go buy the soundtrack on Bandcamp. Now let's use some black. You figured, yeah. My other favorite characters that don't show up so much and don't have fans online in Dragon Ball are Gowasu. Gowasu is #1 on that list. But I also like King Cold, Kabba, Frost, Blueberry, Berry Blue, not Blueberry, Berry Blue, and of course Chaozu. I like Puar too. I'm not sure if he counts as a little guy with no fans, but maybe. I think I'm forgetting someone from this list now. Dende maybe counts. I know he has some fans. Kowasu is #1, yes. Kowasu is my grandpa indeed. I haven't read the Super Manga, Dragon Ball Super Manga version yet, but I'm so angry about how they wrote Kowasu in that compared to the anime, because he's so good in the anime, but in the manga they made him stupid. Annoying. Overall, the Super Manga seems so inferior to the anime version. I'm a big fan of Tien now that I've actually seen him in the original Dragon Ball. He's definitely up there with many of my favorite characters now. Chaozu is so good. He gotta have that dead stare. Master Crane or Crane Hermit is so evil. Dragon Ball has a lot of cool villains, but Crane is like in a personal way really evil. He was about to hurt this child for disobeying him. I can't. You want to see a web miniseries about Kowasu making cartoon videos? Me too! Make it happen! Funimation or whoever owns Dragon Ball. Funimation is the American dubbing studio. Who owns Dragon Ball in Japan? What's the studio called? No. I'm not going to say I forget what the studio is called. Funimation is just the dubbing studio. So I've been trying to control myself so I just don't talk about Dragon Ball all the time everywhere to everyone, but this is my stream so I can talk about it. I can't help it. It's my favorite thing. Let's color his pants black. Yeah. Actually, before I talk about Dragon Ball more, I started to watch a show called Invincible Fight Girl before the stream. I'm only 3 episodes in out of the 10 episodes, but it's super fun. I've heard a lot of people recommend it. If you like sports anime or action and comedy shows, animated shows in general, definitely consider checking it out. It's very fun and cool. Chaozu first wore the Crane school kanji that meant crane, and then he wears a different kanji that says dumpling. Okay, you checked for me. I'm so into Dragon Ball it's making me want to pick up my Japanese studies from high school again, from like 15 years ago. I actually watched a movie on YouTube entirely in Japanese recently for my movie challenge. It was pretty interesting. I haven't studied Japanese since I was in high school. And the movie didn't have subtitles, but I watched it anyway, and I understood enough about the movie. I didn't understand any of the political talk. But I understood, so to say, regular dialogue enough to understand what was happening in the movie, and I was very happy about that. There's the little guy. Let's see. I think G was the next person who made a request. Ah, okay. He's requesting Digimon and I get to choose. He remembers which Digimon I've expressed liking recently. Did you guys hear that a new Digimon story game was announced this week? I'm kinda interested in Digimon story games. I've seen a playthrough of Cyber Sleuth. Not Hacker's Memory yet, but just Cyber Sleuth. And I liked it a lot. But the problem is that I'm saying Dragon Ball. I mean, Digimon games are so grindy. And I don't have a lot of time in my life for long video games. So that's a bit of a turn off for me in terms of Digimon games, but I'm always keeping an eye on the new one in case it would be interesting. Who got Chocho the Balloon? Tien, of course. Who else? Okay. We are going to draw a Digimon that I like as requested by GW. And it's called Bloom Lordmon, and I'm going to use a red or pink pencil for sketching it. Let's use this one, it's called Hot Pink. Sometimes I've talked to him about creating an ideal Digimon evolution relied for myself because I love Wormon and Stingmon, and I've been looking at potential Digivolutions for those, and I think Bloom Lordmon is the mega stage that a Wormon could hypothetically reach that I like the best. So let's see, I have to pick up the phone to use this reference. Another donation! Raimam, thank you so much. I'm gonna check it after everyone else. Go to bed, Raimam, you have work. Let's see. This reference image is pretty small, but I think I'll manage. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, head. Of course I watched Digimon as a kid, but I never liked it as much as Pokemon. Not that they have to be compared, but Digimon was always a little bit creepy to me. There's a lot to like about Digimon, but there is a creepiness to it. Especially nowadays that the series has grown up a little bit. So to say that they aim for a slightly older audience. Very rough, slightly humanoid shape just to get the proportions roughly correct before I actually start to draw the armor. Guys, I think Dragon Ball inspired Digimon's entire concept. I know Digimon are Tamagotchi technically, but when I look at Perfect Cell, I can't help but think that half the Ultra and Mega Digimon look like Perfect Cell. Everything is based on Dragon Ball, and now my eyes have been opened. Okay, there's these Beijing opera feather things on the helmet. There's big flower on the shoulder. On both shoulders. Bloom Lordmon's design is really good. Cool. It's like a knight with plant-based knight. I like that a lot. Okay, the other arm is like shield sleeve thing. Now Coffee pesters you to log in. Sorry, I don't know how to tell it to stop. Big hips. Awesome, great Ace Attorney music. Great Ace Attorney is so good, my favorite Ace Attorney game. Recently the investigation games came out in English, and those are my other favorite games in the series. Okay, there's an arm that's supposed to be here. Let's draw the arm. I was too insecure to draw a unique pose for this. This is Bloom Lordmon from Digimon. A potential evolution for Stingmon, so that's based on flowers. That I like a lot. Okay. Like I said, my siblings and I are watching the original Dragon Ball anime currently. We watched Dragon Ball Super last year. We are watching the original now, then we'll watch Z Kai, then we'll watch GT, and then we'll watch Daima, and we'll watch every single movie and OVA that we can find this summer too. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We might rewatch Super too, in the middle of everything. And we are going to watch the original version of Z with all the fillers and stuff too at some point, but not in this watch through. Because we want to know what's supposed to be there first. And then later down the line I see all the filler that they added. Look at these heels. Insane. Oh, the shield arm. It's like a cape thing made of petals. That's so freaking cool. I need to get better at drawing armor and muscles and stuff. We watched live action Dragon Ball. We watched it twice already. I watched it with Rai a couple of months ago, then I recently watched it with Scoots and Rai again because Scoots missed it. It's so awful. It's so awful. It's so awful. I don't know what else to say. It's so damn bad. The only silver lining is James Marsters, and just because I can imagine that he's Samasu in that film. But it's so bad. One of the worst movies I've ever seen, like genuinely. It's not even fun bad, it's just bad. We made a gif of the final scene with Piccolo from that film that we spam at each other, my siblings and I, in our server. It's awful. The live-action Dragon Ball is actually the first Dragon Ball thing I ever watched because I know I have seen it growing up. I remember also buying a copy of it for my friend back in like junior high as a meme present, and she hated it. Yeah, I can't see the details in this reference image, but it's fine. This is supposed to just be a doodle anyway. As long as it's roughly correct, I'm happy. Especially with a super detailed design such as this. Guys, who are your favorite Dragon Ball characters? Tell me. And if you don't know Dragon Ball, tell me about another anime you like. And if you don't like anime, I don't know what to say. I'm not even a big anime watcher myself, but I still like anime. My favorite Dragon Ball characters are Shin and Frieza, but then after them there's a list of like 30 characters that I like the best. I can't decide. It's like Sonic. I have like 2-3 definite favorites, and after that I like almost all the characters so much. With the exception of a few that I don't like as much or maybe even dislike, and in Dragon Ball I dislike Oolong. I don't want to be friends with a person who likes Oolong unironically. Pilaf is also kind of like whatever, but I don't dislike Pilaf, but he's definitely down there as a character I don't enjoy as much as the others. He's just a comedy character that doesn't have a cool design or get up too much. Let's use this for the flower a bit too. Let's see what everyone's saying in chat. Honestly, a better live-action Dragon Ball is a B-movie called Dragon Ball: The Magic Begins. Entirely unofficial, by the way. I think I've heard of that film. I have to scroll up. There's so much happening in chat now. I'm sorry I'm bad at keeping up with chat while I'm drawing. You still need to play some Digimon games. The designs are good. Yeah. Hopefully Sonic 3 can be inspiration for a better live-action Dragon Ball. I feel very bad for the fans. We don't need live-action Dragon Ball. Digimon unfortunately has no solid point to start, so my recommendation is to just start with the newest game when it comes out. Yeah, Digimon, I do agree. There's like no starting point with Digimon. You just gotta jump in and find a game and just jump in. I have some potential recommendations for when Rai might be interested in streaming Digimon. But yeah, I don't think we need live-action Dragon Ball. I'm sure they're going to try again at some point. What happened to my finger? There's a scrape here. But yeah, I'm sure they'll try live-action Dragon Ball again at some point, but if they do, I hope they put as much effort and respect into it as the live-action Netflix One Piece has put in, but I doubt it. And seriously, we don't need animated projects to be turned into live-action, but if you do it like the One Piece has been done, because that's great. For a thing that doesn't need to exist, it's really great. It's weird how the camera looks so dark, even though, to me, there's a perfectly lit desk area. But in the camera it looks so dark. So weird. There's the flower. Now you want to meet an oolong fan. No, you don't! An unironic oolong fan would be an incel, or otherwise insufferable, I think. If someone out there is an unironic oolong fan, then do tell me if you're not either of those things, but I don't see how anyone would like their character unironically unless they have some skeletons in their closet. Like, I like a lot of horrible characters, but at least I acknowledge their horrible characters as in not horribly written, but like horrible people. I love villains, but Oolong is just insufferable. He's so mean and cowardly with almost no redeeming qualities. Wow, this Digimon is so cool. I should try to draw it like properly at some point instead of this scuffed sketch where I can't even see the details in my reference image. Maybe unironic Oolong fans do exist out there, because I've learned that all my beliefs, preconceived notions about what Dragon Ball fandom is like online has been proven real. The fandom is full of really shitty people. Then again, which big fandom isn't? So maybe there are unironic Oolong fans out there. Let's see. You have one valid reason to think White Time Stranger might be a good starting point, and that's English dub means you don't have to read because the characters are yapping in Japanese. You're so scared of the live-action Bakugan movie they announced. I hope it's more based off the OG and not the new one. I forgot that's been announced! I don't know much about Bakugan, but now that you mention it, I remember that I've heard about that. I hope they have a skip button because Cyber Sleuth had so much stalk. You hate it when you take a photo of your drawings and the color comes off dull as hell. Not the main cast like Oolong and he doesn't like anyone else, so I wonder why they hang out around him like for real. Yeah. That's why I scan my images. I found workarounds for taking photos. That's to use natural light on an overcast day, if possible. That's really good for taking photos. And also I toyed with filters on my phone, and then obviously I edit the phone digitally with GIMP. I adjust the colors and other shadows and whatnot a bit if need be. Usually there need be. But yeah, it's not so easy. I know there's like expensive phones with really good cameras, but I can't afford that. So I make do with what I have. I'm always a bit, because I'd like to make more drawing videos, but I'm a bit self-conscious about not having a great camera or lighting setup for it. But just today on Blue Sky there's been a slight discussion, not discourse per se, maybe someone would say discourse, but discussion about how a lot of art video makers are more so selling as lifestyle than actually making art videos on YouTube, and I think that's a really interesting discussion and topic to talk about. And in a way I feel like that actually when I make an art process video that's really scuffed, the camera can barely focus, it's always focusing on my hand instead of the image and constantly adjusting the color and white balance on its own, and it's scuffed and my hands are ugly and my desk is ugly. I think it's honest. I think that's okay. I don't feel so bad about having poor lighting in my videos anymore. When I watch art videos on YouTube, I like to watch people just do the thing. It's like visual ASMR for me, I guess. I just like to see people paint, and lately I've been watching a lot of videos about people making custom dolls, painting their faces and rerouting their hair and such. It's so pleasant to just watch. I'll add a bit more color and then move on to the next doodle. The scuffedness makes it real and honest. Your hands aren't ugly. I'm ugly in quotations. I have really small ladylike hands, so they're not ugly, but like look at my mangled finger. This is what happens when you draw all the time every day for most of your life. The nail is all mangled too. But like they are ugly in social media terms. Like on Instagram or TikTok people would say my hands are gross because I don't paint my nails or go to the manicure to sort out these bumps and whatnot. And my hands are always scraped and there's paint and stuff everywhere. Thems are working fingers. They are working fingers. Okay, this is going to need a bit more red or pink to look like what it's supposed to. I'm going to use this pencil to finish this up. AI artists could never have mangled hands. That's so true. The sixth finger. This came out pretty decent, even though it's a really, really quick attempt at drawing Bloomlord Mon directly from reference. It's not too bad. I think I got the proportions pretty okay. The head could be smaller because a lot of Digimon are really tall and have small heads, and I tend to draw characters about 6 heads tall, like I said. Maybe because I'm in real life, I have really short legs, so I'm kinda like 6 heads tall in real life. I've looked at my own reflection too much maybe and absorbed proportions from that. There we go. A little bit of yellow. Little bit of yellow. The spin dash will return. Yes, this is from Sonic Frontiers. Yeah, Kronos Island 6th movement. Sonic Frontiers has such an amazing soundtrack. I think this is good enough. I hope G is satisfied with this. You love my shading techniques with colored pencils? Thank you! This is like the real way to use your colored pencils. I'm obsessed with burnishing and really smooth colors when I draw my like proper colored pencil work. If you're interested in looking at that, you can check out my YouTube channel. I'd like to make more drawing videos there this year. But like the real way to use colored pencils is to add layer after layer from light to dark, light layers, and not do this, which I tend to do way too much, which is I start really heavy, really dark, make a really thick coat of color, and then I try to add light on top of it, like this, and then I try to add even more dark on top, so like I mean, it works for me sometimes, but then I end up with a solid, thick layer of wax that I can't add anything on top of anymore. So starting with light layers is the real way. This looks lovely. Thank you so much. This pencil makes a good ASMR sound. Omg. Okay, let's see. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster Sandwich is my next request by Stoke Ape. I need to look this up. I don't really know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never been interested. I've never liked the art style or the premise. It's a little guy. Like a little green bishop fella. Okay. That sounds exactly like miniature painting guides, but it's paint after all, same logic. Actually no! With paints and colored pencils stuff is so different. That's why I can't paint, because I can only do colored pencil stuff, and even that I can do poorly. My process when I do traditional art is half guessing, half fixing my mistakes. You'd think I'd have some experience by now. I'm going to draw the sandwich here. Oh, groovy music. Dragon Ball has so many good little guys, like for real. Like I said, Frieza and Shin are my favorite characters, and they're both little guys. But overall there's so many little guys like Chaozu and Puar. Krillin is short, but he's not a little guy. He's way too mature and adult to be a little guy. So to say, Krillin is based. He's not pathetic enough to be a little guy. I should probably sketch the outline of the head before the hat. This is a very cute fella. Like I said, I don't really know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! I know the names of a couple of characters. I've never been really into card games, I don't know why. I'm not that into board games either. There's an eye here, some buttons on the sides of the hat. I want to try to replicate the 80s airbrush look on a drawing. The airbrush look is so tasty. Yes, it is! I was hoping to pick up that reminds me that I was hoping to pick up a Sailor Moon art book that released last year with some I had earned a bit of money from my latest Yeti shirt this past week. Not enough to buy anything big, sadly, but I think I might be able to buy a Sailor Moon art book with it next week. I haven't read or watched Sailor Moon yet, but I love the art and it's so iconic. And I love art books. I haven't added any new art books to my collection since Christmas when I got the Black Butler art book volume 4. Black Butler is one of the only manga series I still read, but it's coming out quite slowly now because Yana Toboso is busy creating art and maybe writing, I'm not sure, but at least she's creating art for mobile games now. So the speed at which she's making Black Butler now has slowed down a lot. I think Yana Toboso is a she. I'm not entirely sure, actually. Why did I... Well, I realize I don't have a pose reference of sandwich in the pose I'm trying to draw now. There's only poses of it sitting with its knees against its chest. So this might not be accurate, but oh well. I'm gonna draw it standing like this. Over here. Oh, this is one of the risky songs again that might get this video blocked on YouTube, but we ball. Oh! Sandwich is a meme, I see. I think this is too tall, but oh well. Why is sandwich a meme if that can be explained to someone who doesn't know Yu-Gi-Oh? I watched Stokeape stream like Yakuza Like a Dragon recently, and it's an awesome game. No reason to think about it while listening to this song. If you know, you know, but... Another friend recommended me a playlist of videos discussing the Yakuza game series that I'm excited to start watching soon, because I've now watched Stokeape Dream, both Judgment games and the first Ichiban game, and I love them all. But I don't want to jump into the series until I know all the history, but I don't want to play all the old games either because I don't have time or energy for it. So I'm going to watch some YouTube videos on the topic to familiarize myself. And by the time a new Judgment game or a third Ichiban game comes out, hopefully I'll be ready to play myself. Ichiban is such a wonderful character. I think the head is too small, but oh well. How easy is it to jump into Judgment without having played the others? Because I only played a bit of Yakuza 0. Judgment, I think! Judgment and Lost Judgment, I watched them without any knowledge of the larger series and I enjoyed them very much. There is some crossover, but those two are quite standalone at this point. The Ichiban games are like a soft reboot of Kiryu's adventures. So there, I think some backstory is required. You can hop on with first Ichiban game, but Infinite Wealth, the second Ichiban game, is also like the end times for Kiryu's story. So you need to understand the past games for that. But Judgment games are very standalone. Sandwich is a fusion monster, meaning you have to combine monsters together to summon it. The monsters used to summon Sandwich is Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest. The meme is that both of these monsters looks nothing like the finished result and its name is Sandwich. Okay, I understand. Why is this song so good? Here we go. And then some yellow. Let's use this light ochre instead. Pep's mind is a sponge on a stick. Pep, you gather knowledge about random franchises like a sponge. It's true! I know a little about a lot of things, but not a lot about many things at all. I can't help it. I can recite you every line from random episodes of random TV shows. And I know every role a specific actor has played ever. I can tell you a lot of trivia about octopuses, but I can't tell you a lot about any single topic. I just knows a little about everything. If your mind is a bucket, mine is a sponge. Rice bucket analog where he described his brain as a bucket. Oh wait, was it 2 buckets? There is an interesting bishopian look to this little fella. This is an eye. I felt it yesterday actually during Roy's Valentine's Day stream, because a lot of the games he streamed I actually had some knowledge of previously. Because I follow indie game scenes, I just hear and see a lot of things even though I don't know a lot about anything. Two buckets on sticks, yes. Little feet says. It hasn't been long enough, but I actually prepared some Dragon Ball specific topics to complain about, because every stream you need something to complain about, but I'm going to wait longer before I start complaining. I've been having so much fun with the original Dragon Ball. Now that we're in Demon King Piccolo arc, I'm slightly starting to miss adult Goku, I have to say. I don't dislike child Goku or anything, but I kinda prefer him as an adult, maybe because I'm an adult watcher and I like Gohan as a character better. So I think the gimmick and joke of a child Goku has worn off by now for me. Like, it's fine, but I'm looking forward to seeing him all grown up soon. It's been really interesting to hear and see how many voice actors have stuck in the series in the Funimation dub since the beginning. It's really interesting. Let's see, that's a little sandwich. Good looking sandwich, thank you. Let's see the next request. Character Lou from the film Lou Over the Wall. I'm not familiar with this, I'm going to look it up. Thank you so much for the donation, Coneman. Over the wall. Oh, this looks lovely! 2017. You'll pay extra attention. And the character Lou. It's this little girl with green hair and raincoat, is it? There we go. Should I draw her with legs or fins? Oh, I need to watch this film. I love animated films, and whenever I see an animated film with a unique style, I immediately go, eyes emoji, what is this? Mermaid but sprouts legs when exposed to music. Fins, I guess, yeah. I'm gonna use this picture as reference. Oh, she looks so cute! Is this a European film, maybe? I see some covers with, I think, Italian or Spanish text. Let's use pink for the lines. Japanese, actually. Okay, it's just an European cover that comes up then. Yeah. Wow, I need to find this film. Can you write this down for me in Discord? Glue over the wall so I can look it up later. Was this Gen 3 music? Yeah, Little Root Town. I think this is. Sounds Pokemon Sapphire to me. It has to be Pokemon Sapphire, yes. I'm gonna draw Lou here. Oh, she's so cute. I'm going to put my phone here so I can see what I'm doing. That reminds me of... I haven't seen Ponyo yet, I should. You need to stream or else you should. You watched the film in 23 and really clicked with it. Oh yes. I'm excited to learn about new animated films to add to my list. Like I said, one of the favorite films I watched besides Spirited Away and Moulin Rouge so far was Watership Down, the old notorious British film about the rabbits that's violent and has scared generations. I actually really loved it. I was worried beforehand, but I thought this is an iconic animated film. I have to watch it, but I ended up really loving it. It is violent and grim in some ways, but it's also really beautiful and interesting to me. I cried at the end because I thought the ending was so beautiful. I definitely recommend people watch Watership Down. It's also one of those films where I feel like the violence is very necessary for the story and tone. Like, the film shows the hardship of survival and cruelty of nature. It doesn't revel in the violence pointlessly, it all has a reason. This is Sims music, yes? Only the best music in my stream. I'm not very good at drawing characters with really big eyes. But I'm gonna do my best. She kinda reminds me of Muppets. Looking at the reference picture, the proportions of her face. I should check out some Muppet films probably too. I haven't seen any besides Muppets Christmas Carol. Let's see her. She has little ears and her hair is like made of water. What a wonderful design. At one point in the film she puts on a Cheshire Cat type crane. Yeah, with this big mouth. You play Sims 2 regularly. Sims 2 is super nostalgic to me because I played it a lot growing up too. Another film I watched recently was The Page Master. It has live action segments but is mostly animated. I had seen it growing up but didn't remember anything about it, so I watched it with Rai recently. It's not anything special, not super interesting, but I think the film's existence is interesting, that it's a flop that has so many famous actors and voice actors, and the animation is actually really good. But it's kind of a nothing burger film that's weirdly paced and didn't have much of a cultural impact and didn't like do well in the box office, so I think it's kind of interesting in that regard. How to think of what the best Muppets films are. Muppets Wizard of Oz is a good one, but you can really tell when they made it. So it's like, does it have like references that are really of the time? Okay, the arms are like thick this way and then they're small hands. That's fun. We don't know if the rest of the fans see this overrated, but you still love the 2001 The Muppets. Yeah, I don't know a lot about Muppet films, so if you have favorites in chat, do tell me, I'll make note of it. I'm not very Muppets knowledgeable or super like into Muppets or puppets or anything, but I like to watch different films. Especially now that I have a project to watch a lot of different films. Clear my backlog. Oh, watching all the Dragon Ball films is going to add so many films in the summer, by the way. To the list. Half of the films I'm gonna watch are gonna to end up being Dragon Ball. Kelp top. Oh, there's little fish in her hair. I'm going to watch a French animated film soon called Princess Dragon. It has not been subbed or translated into any other languages that I know of, and I don't know French, but we'll see if I understand anything about the plot. Not references to music choices in Muppets Oz has really aced. Music choices, okay. Muppet Treasure Island is still a classic. Is that the one with Tim Curry in it? Because if that's the one with Tim Curry in it, I definitely have to watch it because he's one of my, so to say, voice crushes. I have a list of actors with voices that I really like listening to. It's weird, I don't have normal actor crushes. I just find some actors' voices so pleasant to listen to. Yeah, Tim Curry. Yeah. Then I have to watch that just so I can listen to his voice. Oh, I forgot that her arms are also kind of red. I forget the actor's name, but the British person who voices Alan in Subnautica Below Zero is one of my voice crushes as well. I just love listening to his voice. And also the British actor Ben Whishaw, I love his voice as well. This is kind of messy, I should have used a lighter pencil, let's see. Do I have any white here? Or well, I'll just use a darker pencil to draw in some lines. Suddenly you hear Spyro. Yep. Okay, let's bring the lines back in. I should also watch, like, is it called Labyrinth? The old, allegedly scary film with Jim Henson, like, puppets and stuff. Do you like Owen Wilson's voice? Every character he does is the same. He's like Chris Pratt before Chris Pratt. I'm not sure who Owen Wilson is. The name is familiar, so I'm sure I know him, but I just can't recognize him by the name. Do you know any characters he's played? Wow, thank you, I'm glad you like it so far. I'm putting some extra effort into it because her design is fairly simple and I like it, so that you introduced me to a new film that I need to watch. Yeah, it's funny because I think he said some stupid stuff, so I'm a bit wary of him now, but Jack Black, he's not like awful actor or person or anything that I know at the time of me saying this, but when you find the same actor everywhere all the time, you tend to get like annoyed of them. Especially if they constantly play very similar roles. I just think it's an interesting phenomenon. I never really cared for Chris Pratt in any role besides his voice role in the Lego movie was fine. Nothing to write home about. And I guess he's fine as Star-Lord, but I don't think I've seen him in anything else or heard where I think he was good. Blonde Cowboy Night at the Museum, that's Owen Wilson. And Lightning McQueen, you like the funky face? Gives me some One Piece vibes, yeah. Wow, it's an Owen Wilson meme. Okay, so I have only seen Cars in Finnish. But I do recall the cowboy in Night at the Museum. I don't remember what he sounds like. But I take your word for it that he's been in everything and everything he plays sounds the same or is the same, because that's really annoying. That's a problem I have with Jim Carrey. Because I actually really like The Mask. It's a film I constantly rewatch because I think it's a lot of fun. I think he's really good in it. And I think Jim Carrey is really good in the Grinch film. I think that's actually his best role. And I like the Truman Show a lot. But he is similar-ish to each other in all those films. Not too much, but whenever I see Jim Carrey in anything, he does feel like he's just Jim Carrey being Jim Carrey and doing Jim Carrey things. So for example, I don't like him as Robotnik in the Sonic films because he doesn't feel like Robotnik to me. He feels like Jim Carrey being Jim Carrey. Does that make any sense? I need some eddies. There we go, that's the color I'm looking for. It makes sense. I have the same problem. This is going to get me cancelled. But watching Jumanji, I just thought about how much I have this problem with Robin Williams. Is it Robbie or Robin Williams? It's Robin Williams. Robbie Williams is the singer, right? Either way, him. I know he's a beloved actor and I don't have anything against him personally. I don't want to slander the dead. But whenever I see him in films, he feels like, yeah, okay, that's Robin Williams being Robin Williams, doing Robin Williams bits. He doesn't feel like a character. He feels like this is just this comedian doing his comedy bit here. And I had that problem with him in Jumanji, for example. Robin is the actor, yes. I was pretty sure. Yeah. He's not a bad actor, but he definitely, for me, there's that problem that he doesn't feel like a character. He feels like Robin Williams. And it's not even like something to necessarily blame actors about. Like, it's down to casting and directing a lot, usually. Actors rarely have enough power to decide about everything, because people will, for example, hire Jim Carrey for a role because they want him to be Jim Carrey and do the Jim Carrey bit, but it hurts the character sometimes. Robbie Williams is the actor who had the biopic. Robbie Williams is the actor who had the biopic depicting him as the chimpanzee. Reviews are oddly positive about that one. You should check it out. Oh yeah, that I don't really care for biopics, but I've heard of that. I have heard of that. I can speak. I've heard of that. I wonder why they made the chimpanzee decision. Like, I'm sure it has a reason. I'm not sure I will understand the reason. I'm not interested in the film, but I hope people who watched the film enjoy it and people who worked on the film were treated well. I don't need this yellow anymore. Green for the kelp top. I can't draw stylized characters like this, and I'm so jealous of people who can draw stylized characters like this. I only have this vaguely anime-inspired, boring semi-realism style that I default to, but oh, characters like this are so cute. It's been a real struggle. Like, for the now almost 6 months I've been trying to learn to draw Dragon Ball characters, and it's really difficult because my usual drawing instincts are so far away from Toriyama's drawing instincts. But I'm figuring it out slowly. Some characters are easier to draw than others. The biggest problems I have are that he draws, so to say, baby faces, as in the characters' facial features are really low on their heads and they have big foreheads and hair, when I tend to draw long faces, where the forehead is relatively a lot smaller and people have really tall noses, usually. And he also has a habit of drawing characters with brows or eyebrows directly glued to the top of their eyelids. And even when they open up their eyes wide like Vegeta, the eyebrow stays there. And I just can't do that. That doesn't look like anything when I draw it, and I don't want to draw it like that, so I have to figure out like how to draw Vegeta's face, for example, in a way that makes sense for me. A bit of red. There we go, that's Lou. I think that came out pretty well for a character I don't know. Robbie Williams was born in Stoke too. Him being chimp isn't that special. This place is filled with apes. You are from Stoke, so you can say that. Looks like an Arthur character. That came out well. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. I'm glad you like it. Let's see. I think Mama donated. Need to refresh. My mom just donated but didn't request a character, looks like. Gonna empty the messages here. Make sure I didn't miss any notifications. Yeah, doesn't look like my mom donated something but didn't request a character. Ask her, yes, if she's still up. She should be in bed, but there's a room for something down here. You realize that your recent Kirby shirt design used dithering to create gray, and that's so cool. Yeah! When I do shirts for the Yeti, they do halftones, so you can use two colors, like a blue and a yellow, and when you have to think about the inks. When you overlay them on top of each other, if you have yellow ink, you can overlay blue on it as a halftone when printed, and you can create green. So I used a white halftone to create some gray on the black. Sometimes they use mix inks, sometimes they use dithering. I've been creating my own watercolor textures. I draw some watercolor splatters on the paper, scan it and turn it into a texture digitally, and when I make my shirt designs I like to use those textures. And then you don't necessarily need to use dithering, but you still achieve some interesting effects. Speaking of Kirby, Raimon wants the Pokemon Dragonite. Oh, that's cute. Raimon has a Dragonite plushie because she plays Pokemon Go with us. And she likes Dragonite in it. Dragonite will fit nicely here. I'm gonna pull up a reference. That's a classic Dragonite. Put the phone here. Let's find some orange. Guys, do you think the rumors that Kirby Planet Robobot will show up on Switch or Switch 2 are real? I hope they are, because that's the best 2D Kirby game and it has been lost to time with the Nintendo 3DS. And I don't think enough people got to play the game because it was on the 3DS. Dragonite flying here. Overall, I'm really excited for whatever the next new Kirby game will be. I know they're going to make a new 3D game too for the Switch 2 at some point. Probably not for the launch, but we'll see when. Dragonite always looks kinda Moomin-esque. I wonder if this nose is too big. Does it look more like a Yoshi than a Dragonite? It makes sense to you that they'd skip Triple Deluxe. Oh, that's so sad, but I agree. I love Triple Deluxe because it has Tarons and Sectonia in it, but Rapobot is definitely a game that was popular on the 3DS and I think would make sense to bring to a console too. The gimmick is also less reliant on the 3DS. Bean. How many fingers does a Dragonite have? 3 apparently. 2 and a thumb, so to say. It's funny that Dragonite looks so little like its pre-evolved forms, but early Pokemon is a bit funny. There's always early installment weirdness in any long series. Let's add the legs. Oh, this is so fat. Dragonite is just a Moomin. Fat? Yeah, this is looking pretty fat. Did everyone in chat watch Sonic Movie 3 already? I haven't seen it. I came to my senses after I got hyped by the one trailer. I came to my senses and realized that I don't want to go watch the movie in the movie theater. I don't like the Sonic movies, and I didn't go watch it. I'll watch it eventually. Of course, when it's out on streaming. And I'm sure it's the best of the 3, but I just don't like the live-action Sonic films, so I'm in no rush. I think the leg placement is a bit weird, but oh well. I think the arms are also not of equal lengths. Oh, the early Pokemon sprite showed that Dragonite could have been a different Poké family. Oh yeah, I think I recall that now that you mention it. I remember specifically with Blastoise that it was a different turtle line that was combined with Squirtle's line. That's why it has gone suddenly. Beep boop boop. How many fingers do people have? 13? Okay. You watched the Sonic 3 movie. Did you enjoy it? I think we're past the grace period for spoilers. I like to typically wait 30 days when it comes to new media before discussing spoilers out of courtesy. I know some people are much looser with that, but I think 30 days is like a polite time that I like to stick to personally. Sonic 3 is great, but some comedic bits can take you out. They should have been removed just for a more streamlined experience. Yeah, I have seen some complaints that line up with simply the fact that this stuff isn't necessarily to my taste and to some other people's taste, but I've seen some people say that there are some jarring jokes that take you out of the experience. So I think that seems like a valid comment, even if the movie is overall good or likable. Sometimes jokes that can just ruin emotional impact. Hollywood seems to lately be especially obsessed with underplaying any emotion with jokes. We need to add a line, so this is readable. Let's see, what color should I use? Oh, cream for the belly. Let's use cream for the belly. I should use this paper for some loose sketches and studying more, just because it's forcing me to draw bigger than I normally might, and like because of the texture I can't focus on details, so this might be good for like landscape studies, for example, this paper. Let's use this random dark red. This is the good pencil. Like I said at the start of the stream, I'm going to work on a new art video for my YouTube channel next week. It's different than my previous art videos. It's an art video, but it's a bit of a different topic. Something a video where I definitely don't know what I'm doing, but I want to document the experience for funsies. All my art process videos are going to be public eventually, but I put them up for my Patreon supporters first, so they can watch them early. And I also create sketchbook tour videos for my Patreon supporters that are entirely exclusive to people who pay me 3 euros a month. Because I don't have the ability or resources to do like anything cool on Patreon, but I think a sketchbook tour is a pretty cool thing to do for people who actually want to give me as much money as 3 euros. So there is that. I recently finished subbing the latest one. I'm hoping to finish a sketchbook within this year. It's my new art goal for the year. I want to finish a full sketchbook, so there will be a new tour in a year, hopefully. I love this Jack and Daxter song, it's my favorite song from the game. Based music choice, Precursor Temple, Seriously, you want comedy-centered movies to return? It feels like so many movies are afraid to stick to one thing, so it has to be comedy and a serious action movie. Someone I follow on Blue Sky wrote about a similar topic the other day, and I couldn't agree more that every film right now almost every film in the mainstream, kinda feels like right now it's time to be the part of or start a huge franchise and be a huge phenomena. And there are no smaller budget films that just want to be a film and exist. The same problem is happening in video games, and I argue a lot of media. So it's a big problem with the times right now. I'm sure we'll see change eventually. But yeah, I think we definitely need smaller films and comedy-centric films to be their own thing, and we can have like action films be their own thing again. I'm so sick of comedy ruining my action films. I always say I hate comedy and humor because I'm super picky, and I especially, this is a gross overgeneralization, but I especially struggle with American comedy a lot. So I don't necessarily watch American comedy films a lot, I never have, with some exceptions of course, but with American comedy film style writing seeping into every other genre now, it's making films just less fun for me. I also saw someone say that the teen girl film experience is like dead currently, and that makes me so sad because I like girly media. I've been very interested in nostalgic girly media lately, probably because I'm old now, 30 like I said. But yeah, teenage girls have always been a group of people not catered to in terms of Western media, so it's kind of sad to see how little films there are for teenage girls nowadays, specifically. If comedy movies are to return, they can't be smothered in irony. That's probably the biggest gripe I have. Yeah, I understand that well. I'm so picky with my comedy, but it's so tiring when everything is like, nothing is taken seriously, or things are seen as cringe, so you have to joke about it constantly. I'm also tired of the overabundance of meta humor. I watched a movie from the 80s or early 90s recently called Last Action Hero, a comedy action film with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and that was really fun because it's old enough that it didn't suffer from the modern meta commentary grievances. The meta jokes in that film were very fun. I liked the film a lot. I do try to be conscious of now, especially now that I'm watching a lot of films from different decades, that different things were in style at different times, so different humor was seen as fun and cool. Back in the old days, for example, like the, well, that just happened, so random. The Rick and Morty type humor was really popular not too long ago, like 10-15 years ago. It's really hard for me to stomach at this time. Maybe it's going to be less hard to stomach when it's less prevalent again. But right now it's too new, but also too dated right now to be fun. It's so annoying. But if I watch a film from 15 years ago, I should expect that style of humor to be there, because that's when it was in. Okay, there's the Dragonite. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss any other donations, but I don't think I did. Yes, I think that's I am caught up with donations right now. Thank you everyone so much. Feel free to donate still if you'd like to request more characters or just out of the kindness of your heart, but if not, no worries, we'll think of other things to draw. I think that 80% of humor in American movies fall into sex jokes. It can be funny, but I want more light-hearted things and gags. Yeah, that's a cultural thing definitely, because sexual topics are so taboo in American stuff. That's what's annoying to me in adult comedy in a lot of American media, because it devolves into just really crass sex jokes really easily, because that's considered taboo for them. So when you have the ability to make those jokes, you go overboard immediately. If you want the worst comedy movie, watch the cheap parody films of the 2000 onwards post-Scary movie like Vampires Suck or Meet the Spartans. Oh my god! Kurtus Dragonite, thank you! Have a bit, you just gave me psychic damage because I know exactly the genre of movies you mean, and those were so horrible. I remember seeing some of Vampires Suck. Oh, that was so bad! That's 2 pages of doodles done. Here's the first page. And here's the second page. The Twilight parody. I don't remember if it was a Twilight parody specifically. Probably was. Oh. You saw some of it and it was the worst thing ever. Cute drawings, thank you. I'm going to do a little stretching break before I decide what character to draw next on my own. Do you want to see some spoilers, chat? Here's a spoiler of the next shirt I'm working on. Mind you, this might not become a shirt. I'm going to sub it to the Yeti, but it might be too niche of a topic and my art might not be good enough, we'll see, but I am going to try to make this a shirt. If nothing else, it would make a nice illustration. But I'm working on an Ashlyn from Jack and Daxter series. I think this sketch is really good, but we'll see if I can execute it well. Let's see if I have anything else fun to show here on my desk. Jack and Daxter represent, I know, right? I think the series is like a Jack and Daxter shirt could happen. They could print a Jack and Daxter shirt, but I'm not sure if Ashlyn is too niche. I know she's really popular and she's a cool character, but she might be too niche. The Starving Games and their 2020s internet references. Those are an era you don't miss. Brad, thank you. Let's see. Here's my new sketchbook that I've been working on. Indeed, the goal is to fill this sketchbook this year entirely. Let's see if there's anything here I want to show. Well, this is the Valentine's Day sketch I posted yesterday. For some reason, that's the most popular thing I have ever posted on Blue Sky now. I don't know what happened. I think it means I need to draw more Dragon Ball ship art and post it online. The photo isn't even good quality, like the lighting isn't good, it's low resolution, but people latched onto it more so than my other drawings. It's pretty cool. I'm not used to getting like triple-digit likes on my posts on social media. It happened a couple of times on Twitter on rare occasions over the 7 years I spent there. Blue Skies are entirely different breed, I gotta say. Okay, what should I draw? How about we draw a Sonic character? But who should I draw? I'll show you. The one Sonic character I can draw without any problem. Sonic characters are so difficult, but for some reason I can draw Rouge. Just like that, so easily. I think it has to be something because Rouge has a round head. A lot of the other characters have weirdly shaped heads. Rouge's head is round and her build is a bit thicker than for the other characters, so I think that makes her easier for me to draw too. The other characters are pretty lanky comparatively. Let's see. I think I measured it and I like to draw most Sonic characters about 3 heads tall. Tangle is a fun character. I should try to draw her, but I don't know if I have the courage to try to draw her cold turkey, so to say. Tangle is so cool though. I love the IDW Sonic comic. The latest story arc was really interesting and I'm so interested to see where things go now. Especially with Silver and Whisper right now. And yeah, what Sonic and Chaotix are up to right now, that's interesting too. See, she already looks like what she's supposed to. Because her head is round, that makes her easy to draw. Okay, 3 head height. I usually measure my character heights in terms of heads from the back of their neck instead of at the tip of their chin, but with Sonic characters they don't have necks, so the tip of the chin makes sense. Knuckles is easy if you start with triangle. You should catch up on IDW Sonic. Last I read was when the delay caused the... Yeah, COVID delay, so it's been a while. Yeah, you should catch up. I think it's been a lot of fun. Someone said about my Doodle that Vegeta and Bulma was their first ship, and I tried to think what mine was, and it must have been Rug and Nog. Rouge and Knuckles! Oh yeah, someone did leave a comment on Blue Sky that it was their first ship. What was my first ship as a kid? Oh my god. I wonder. I'm not sure I can remember that far back. I did like Rouge and Knuckles growing up too, but I'm sure it wasn't my first ship. Rouge is round head and then she's made of triangles, so maybe drawing Knuckles from triangles would be easy too. Something that makes Sonic characters hard to draw for me too is their huge hands and feet, and like I said, I'm not particularly good at drawing that. Rouge is somewhat easier than the others because her gloves and shoes make the illusion, make it easier to divide her body into segments and make the illusion of them widening down like this. More sensible. Okay, and the heels are here, so the toes are here. Okay, I'm gonna draw that like this. Tail here. Her things here. Let's do stylized wings. I can't be bothered to draw them properly right now. This is just to prove that I can draw one Sonic character without trouble. There we go. Now let's... I love this pencil, Blackberry Vine. It's a really dark purple. When I draw hands, they look like a combination of Sonic and Rayman 1 hands. Yeah, my hands are heavily influenced by a shoujo artist called Arina Tanemura. I don't know why, but I draw very sharp fingertips usually. Looks blue on camera. Maybe. I should get better at drawing hands. I'm decent. I don't think hands are as difficult as many artists say they are, at least not to me, but I know my repertoire of hand poses is also pretty small. I should expand it. And a problem I have is because I have really tiny lady hands, as you can see, with smooth fingers and such, and small knuckles. So when I try to draw man hands and this is the only reference I have, it's not good. If you pay attention to a lot of my art which features hands prominently, you'll start to notice that the fingers are relatively small, because I've been using my own hands as a reference. Who is everyone's favorite Sonic character? Like with Dragon Ball, I like almost all the Sonic characters. I hate... Well, hate is a strong word. I kinda hate Cubot. The main reason being that I actually just don't like the voice actor. I don't have anything against the person, but I just don't like listening to the voice. I hate the voice in any role he acts in. I just can't stand listening to it for some reason. But when I read the IDW comics, Cubot is fine, because I don't have to listen to the voice. But Shadow is my favorite, of course, and I like Rouge and Cream and Clutch the best. And Silver too. And after that I like almost everyone equally. Oh, and I like Sage. See, here I go already. It's so hard to pick favorites, but I think, yeah, Rouge, Shadow, Sage, Cream, Clutch, those are probably my top characters. Hopefully I didn't forget anyone. Knuckles is your favorite. Insert one of those withered Wojaks here. Shadow is your favorite. Chaotix mainly, Vector and or Omega. Omega is so good and Vector is so good. Too many good Sonic characters to choose from. Your fave is Sonic. You like everyone else equally. Yeah, Sonic characters are just so fun. Like I talked about Dragon Ball earlier, Sonic is just a fun world for me where you can tell any kind of story. There's all kinds of different fun characters going on adventures. And you like almost all of them. I'm trying to think of other Sonic characters that I don't like, and I can't think of any off the top of my head. Oh, this hand looks a bit scuffed, but it's fine. I didn't used to like Sonic a lot, but the more modern depictions of Sonic, especially in Frontiers, he's a bit more mature nowadays, and I like that a lot. Like, he's easygoing, but he has some emotional intelligence, which I think differentiates him nicely from Silver, who's more youthful, and from Shadow, who's Shadow. Wouldn't it be fun if we got a Chaotix spin-off game one of these days? I should try to think of a Sonic drawing for Sonic's birthday again this year, but if I can't think of anything, I'll just do something in my sketchbook like I did last year. But Sonic characters are so hard to draw. I'm not good at very stylized characters. Or maybe I just put a lot of pressure on myself. When it comes to stuff, games and shows and whatever that I'm a really big fan of, I put a lot of pressure on myself to draw the characters like perfectly when I try to draw fan art. And then I don't end up not drawing any art that I share publicly, at least, because I don't think it's good enough. And I'm insulting the real Sonic the Hedgehog by not being able to draw him well enough. Even though if Sonic was real, I think he'd love any drawing that was made with, like, effort. But I just feel like that my fanart isn't worthy of the source material if it's not good enough. Even though I don't think that way about anyone else's drawings, I don't know why I pressure myself so much. Especially when fanart is supposed to be fun. One polygon! I really don't like sketching with like regular pencils, graphite, you know. It took me years to understand that that's my problem. I thought I just didn't like sketching or sketchbooking, but turns out I just hate graphite. I like using colored pencils and markers for sketching. Adding a bit more color here to make these areas sufficiently dark, so I don't need to use black. She looks so cute, thank you. What makes the difference to you? It's hard to explain. I think that graphite, I guess, is just so messy and comparatively soft for me, and I like colors a lot. I don't know. I think the main problem is the messiness of it. Like they just feel bad. Feel bad. Rouge has like slightly darker skin than some of the other characters, like, right? Oh, let's use this. I think it's more orange, but well, I'll use this now. Oh yeah, the muzzle. By the way, guys, you should check out Raimani on YouTube. Yesterday speaking of Sonic music, this is getting creepy. Yeah, Raimani on YouTube. Why writing it on chat? Raimani. He uploaded a new teaser for Connie and the Essence of Chaos on YouTube yesterday, demonstrating a shop, one of the shops in the game. You should go check it out and you should wishlist the game on Steam. I'm so excited getting to watch Rai work on the game and help him out by testing and giving suggestions and such. He's making such good progress. It's going to be an awesome game. I love this song. I'm so nostalgic for Sonic Heroes, even though it's kind of a crash fire game in some ways. This song is just so joyful. A bit of blue for shading. I like using... I've been getting into using grays lately, but blue is fun to use for shading. Oh yeah, the heels should be like metal grey, I think, but let's just color them in as blue now. And a bit of purple here. There we go, rouge is so easy to draw. The shopkeeper purling Connie is adorable, isn't she? You get super excited every time we get a new Connie teaser. You really want to get the game day one. Yeah, I'm so excited. I hope the game does well when it comes out eventually. Like I said, Roy is working steadily on it. Who should I draw next? I'm gonna make sure I haven't missed any messages. No messages missed, looks like. Yes. That's Rouge drawn. What else should I draw? Should I draw an Owl House character? Because that's a great show and I haven't drawn anything about it publicly, even though I practiced drawing the characters quite a bit last year too. Thanks guys, yes. Draw Owl House. Who should I draw from Owl House? They're quite stressful to draw too because I like the characters so much, but the style is so far away from my own, so it's hard to make the characters look like themselves. And some characters' hair is so stylized that I can't wrap my head around it. Amity! No, Amity is so difficult! No! I'm not going to draw Amity, I'm going to just draw Luz. Oh, I have a reference actually. I'm chickening out of drawing Amity. I'm going to draw Luz. I have this little fan-made figurine of her. Your vote goes to Willow. Willow is great. All the characters are great. Hunter is my favorite, but I like all the characters. Just wing, it doesn't matter if it looks proper. No, I decided I'm chickening out of Amity. I'm drawing Luz. I'm going to use this brown to sketch her in. Edda's voice actress, I forget her name, but she has a super distinctive voice. And I got jump scared by it watching a streamer stream some Bratz Rock Angels earlier this week. And the villain in the game is voiced by the same lady who voices Edda, and I just laughed. I know she's been a lot of really bad stuff, and I'm not saying Bratz Rock Angels is bad, I know it's iconic, but it was still pretty funny. Okay, loose is... Trying to get Loose's energy right. See how well I'm managing to avoid talking about only Dragon Ball, drawing Dragon Ball characters so far. Wow, I really should draw something about Batman again this summer, because like I said, it's going to be the 10th year anniversary of me watching... Did I say Dragon Ball? I mean Batman. If I said something else, I meant Batman. It's going to be the 10th anniversary of me watching Batman 66. And that's very significant to me and my life. So draw something about it. Batman himself is one of those characters that I can't really draw though, because I like him so much. It stresses me out. If I'm going to wash up, don't unleash your Dragon Ball whining before I say I'm back. Please, please, please. I promise I won't. I promise I'll whine about Dragon Ball once you come back. This is a problem I have with sketching. I add too much detail to the head before I sketch in the rest of the body. I need to get better at that. I'm also really bad at... Like, yeah, I'm really bad at drawing the full figure before I add too much detail to the face. This is more stylized than I think I would normally draw her, but we'll see. When I draw fan art, I rarely try to imitate the source material entirely, but I don't necessarily go for my usual style that I draw my OCs in either when I draw fan art. Maybe I should draw one of my OCs here. Oh god, why is her arm getting thick? Does anyone remember how to draw the light glyph? I don't remember what it looks like out. Arms that go directly hand is peak. It looks nice, but I can't draw it. You got inspired to draw too, so you've been doing that during the stream. Yeah, that's nice. Parallel play stream, but we're parallel drawing. Roy's been getting so good at drawing, guys. He's going to surpass me in 3 weeks. Like I said, 3 more weeks and he draws better than I do. We're sharing our sister's old drawing tablet. So he can draw with the PC too. I don't use it that much. I use it for when I make my shirts. I can draw digitally even with a drawing tablet. I draw an ink illustration by hand, scan it and then edit it digitally, and I sometimes use the tablet for fixing my sketches digitally. Because I do this back and forth. I draw by hand, I scan it to the computer, do adjustments, usually I resize things and print the sketch larger, and then I draw on top of it again, and then I scan it again and do adjustments, and then I print it out again. Yes, 3 weeks, or you're learning so fast, you're so good at drawing. You should open commissions already, people would pay you to draw stuff. Some Kirby Cafe music. My favorite. Speaking of commissions, people should commission me. I know no one has money right now, but and it's stressing me out too. I feel embarrassed when I self-promote, but gotta do what gotta do. I don't have any other income besides my art, so I try to play it off. I try to sound confident and play it off a joke when I tell people to commission me. Okay, this isn't looking half bad. Gentlemen, synchronize your death watches. Oh yeah, 3 weeks until Roy's better at art than me. Time to synchronize the death watch. Man, you remember trying to finish your scoop kick drawing so you could post it on the day of the 3rd anniversary, but your eyes were so tired when he was finishing it. Yeah, I struggle with dry eyes a lot. I saw all the scoop kick art Rai reposted on Blue Sky. It was so cool to see people draw his characters. I should draw some scoop kick or Connie fan art too, but I'm always so busy trying to find work or working, and then when I'm not working I try to draw personal art. There's never enough time. The dream would be that some rich person would just be my patron and I could just draw whatever I want and share it with people. Wow, noodle arms. This looks so weird. Rai, can you find the light glyph for me and link it on Discord real quick, so I don't have to find it? I'm feeling lazy. Yeah, thank you. Old House is so good. Did you guys hear that Dana Terras is working on a new show with a Glitch indie studio? I think it's their first animated project. I believe it's called Knights of Guinevere and it's going to be a sci-fi thriller. The teaser trailer that went up recently looks amazing. I'm so excited. Some other staff from the Old House is working on the project as well. Definitely look it up if you haven't heard of it. Yes, that news has me so hyped. Yes, Peak in the Making, I'm so excited because it's indie, they can kinda do whatever they want with it. The teaser art looks so gorgeous. These figurine shoes are really simple, but I think I don't remember what Luzu's shoes look like. I gotta look her up. I thought I did, but then I hesitated. Let's see if Rai linked me the light glyph already. Checking on my phone. Yes, here it is, thank you. Circle. Guys, which is your favorite, the Old House episode? My favorite episode is Elsewhere and Elsewhen. I rewatch it a lot. I just love that episode. It's so... I think it's a super funny episode. It's really big for the lore and I think it's just a great episode. I love Lilith in Old House the most, besides Hunter. She's prominently featured in that episode, so that's fun too. And in particular her relationship with Luz. Looking up a picture of Luz. Okay, I did remember what her shoes looked like, but I hesitated. There, she's Just these really simple white fabric shoes. I've been trying to get better at drawing shoes lately because I'm jealous of all those artists who draw really detailed cool shoes. I'm actually more comfortable drawing bare feet than shoes, which might be an unpopular opinion because I know a lot of people say feet are even harder to draw than hands, and then some people are grossed out by feet or just don't want to draw feet because of, you know, foot fetishists. But I think bare feet are easy and fun to draw compared to shoes. I also use draw bare foot characters a lot because I like to draw characters who are connected to nature. And I feel like that highlights it. Okay, this is looking pretty okay. More old anime music for your enjoyment. The one episode where they're forced to live on Earth is also so good in Owl House. Yeah, the season 3 first episode, I love it, it's so fun. One of the best episodes, one of the most popular episodes too, I think, and for good reason. Oh, that's too pink. Oh my god, that's way too pink. Oh well. Bare feet? Sweating emoji? Yeah. What pencil would be good for her skin? Maybe... no. Probably don't have a good pencil in this specific box of mid-range pencils. Loose is worth it. I'm going to break out one of my expensive good pencil boxes. I think we'll find a good skin tone in one of these boxes. I sort all these good pencils that I use for my actual drawing work by color, as you can see. Immediately there's a pencil called Chestnut Hills. I think this will be good. Or perhaps Gold Ochre. I'm going to use this Gold Ochre. I love blushing characters, so to say. I think at least in doll and figure communities people call it blushing. But like using red or pink on noses, lips, cheeks, elbows, fingers, shoulders, it's not entirely realistic, but it just makes characters look more lively and fun, I think. So I've been having this problem with Dragon Ball characters in particular lately, because there's a lot of aliens and whatnot that don't have red blood, and many of them don't even have like skin colors comparable to humans, so I'm just sitting there like, well, what color should I use on their noses and cheeks then? Blues. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it was a good idea to take this pencil. Let's see, then some dark pencil. Well, her hair isn't quite black, but let's use some black. It doesn't have to be perfect. I've been trying to do some preliminary research for our Dragon Ball Summer movie marathoning. I wonder which language we should watch them in, because I know that some of the older movies in particular have weird casts, and there were some... the translations are just weird in general, and then there's some stupid music editing and stuff. So I think we should watch some of the oldest ones, at least in Japanese, the original versions. But I wonder at which point they started to take translating the movies more seriously. Was it only until Battle of Gods, or did they start to take translating movies more seriously before that? I wonder. Her face is a bit too fat, I think. I think the cheeks are a bit too round. I'm actually really happy with this sketch. I think it came out well. I think almost all of these sketches have come out really well today. Which is great because, like I said, I find sketching in front of an audience really nerve-wracking. But when it's a digital audience, it actually feels a lot better than if there was a real person here next to me. The real people are watching me via their monitors, so I'm in my own little bubble in my room in a way, regardless. Let's see. Let's use this to color in the shorts because they're grey. Yeah, we are just sex gremlins. I'm actually kind of a reserved person, so sometimes I find it easier to socialize with people in text chats and text chat format and whatnot. Even though I'm also really bad at deciphering tone from text, so then again I'm super bad at deciphering tone in real life too. Well, let's... I'm trying to find a good color for the top of her hoodie. There we go. This seems like a basic joke. Basic joke? No, it's not a joke. Basic tip about when I draw traditionally. I use a lot of colors and pencils, but I like to try to repeat colors across the illustration if I can. Instead of using a different green for, say, a character's eyes versus their shirt versus their shoes, always a different green, I try to use the same green if I can. I think this came out pretty well. I can put the big boxes and my figurine away now. And think of what to draw next. Gonna make sure I haven't missed any messages. No, I have not. All is well. Oh, stretching break. I'm not going to draw anything Dragon Ball related until my sister gets back. Trying to contain the brain rot until that. What should I draw? What's been on my mind lately besides Dragon Ball? What's everyone else been watching or playing recently? Have you seen any interesting game trailers recently? I think State of Play was this week. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, that's kinda sad, but I think I'm fallen out of NAF. It's kinda sad, but I think it was time. The Shinobi game, yeah, the art style looks really cool. The new FNAF game had a trailer there, but I haven't even watched the trailer. I feel like Hell Wanted 2 was almost like an end to FNAF for me for now, and I'm also, not to get too political, but it's really hard for me to stomach Scott Cawthon anymore. There can be only so many franchises at a time Dragon Ball replaced Vav. Yeah, Dragon Ball has seriously just overtaken my life, but in the best possible way. I think Dragon Ball is exactly what I needed in my life right now. Shinobi Art of Vengeance looks so good, the art style looks amazing. It's an older Sega game, right? Sonic Crosswords looks promising. I saw a lot of mixed reactions about it. I've never played Sonic racing games besides Sonic Riders, and it was a bit of a different thing, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But I think it looks decent. It's nice that they're bringing back Extreme Gear. I saw Jet, I saw Sage in it. That's so cool. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that, what kind of courses and music tracks and characters they have. Maybe there will be some Sega crossover stuff again, we'll see. Cream lives, yes! Cream was brought back in Sonic Dream Team 2. Cream is one of the best characters in Sonic, I love her so much, she's so sweet! Let's see, I'm looking around my room to come up with ideas. Hey! No, I don't dare draw that. But I should draw maybe a Kirby character, how about it? Which Kirby character should I draw? There's some room for something small here next to Luz. I love Kirby so much. How about a little... Let's find the pencil again. Here we go. Suze, yeah. Not the character I was thinking of, but Susie would be a good idea. Now the Suskirva. Because we were talking about Robobot 2. Let's draw Susie. Searching on my phone. Kirby. Susie. I should draw a One Piece character too, maybe. Who's everyone's favorite One Piece character, if anyone here reads or watches One Piece? Susie is such a girl boss, like for real. After Planet Robot, she just took over the corporation and is now continuing the question mark evil ways. I love that for her. There's so many nice characters, so it's nice that Susie isn't outright evil, but she's not a soft, nice girl. No, I think this is the right... That looked wrong. This looks right. One Piece character, yeah. My favorite One Piece characters are Crocodile and Sanji, but there's a lot of characters I really like. I'm really excited for season 2 of live action One Piece because Crocodile's going to show up. Again, one of those series where I struggle to find a lot of characters I wouldn't like. Again, I think I should have been drawing her body before the eyes, but oh well. Really difficult to choose. Yeah, One Piece is so full of good characters. The latest volume 107 that I read today, it was so full of like politics and political drama, big plot moves in the world of One Piece. It was really exciting, and some of those characters thought they were Dragon Ball characters leveling cities with one punch and stuff. I'm always asking people about their favorite characters because I'm someone who tends to fixate on a character or a handful if anything I watch, read or whatnot. I really latch onto individual characters a lot. I don't know why, but anime never really clicks with you. The animes I'd really like were Kaiba and a lot of Studio Ghibli. You're gonna say Ace for right now. Ace is a good choice. You get very good characters, yeah. Like, talk about my friend's 999 stream, and I liked that a lot, but I just didn't click with any of the characters so much so it feels less interesting and effective to me in my brain, even though it's a good game and a good story, and definitely other people have clicked with the characters and I'm happy for them because of that. But even if I like a story, if there's no character for me to really obsess over, it doesn't stick in my mind as much. And I understand that about anime not clicking with someone necessarily too. It's its own art form. There's a lot of cultural differences in how anime is executed compared to a lot of Western animation. And some animes are just really long. And there's tropes specific to anime that can be weird. I drew her hands way too high up. Oh my god! She's doing like... I'm gonna draw it here. Susie is right now doing this with her shoulders. And here's the waist. Oh well, we ball. Can't be bothered to fix that and can't erase colored pencil very well anyway. Hair... It should be like... Okay, we're going to do this. Let's pretend this part isn't here. Her glove cuffs are just going to be really small now. Oh my god. This Susie is so scuffed, her proportions are all over the place. His lower body is too big too. I'm gonna make it smaller. I think her head is too small too. This is so bad. I needed one awful sketch here to balance out all the good sketches. Okay, let's take a darker pencil to draw outlines. You could make her dancing. I could, but it's too late. She's nervous about going into the CEO's office to meet Haltman. Susie wouldn't be nervous. It's playing Kirby music while I'm drawing a Kirby character. This playlist keeps giving me music related to the thing I'm drawing and it's creeping me out. Maybe I should draw one of my OCs here as filler, even though those are especially stressful to draw, so to say. I don't talk about my OCs much with other people. Now I have to ask who is everyone's favorite Kirby character. My favorites are Taranza and Sectonia. Nightmare's your favorite in Kirby, yes. And Dark Matter, Kirby is full of fun characters. I know Star Allies wasn't super well liked, and I understand why. It's definitely not as good of a Kirby game as what's been before it, the Wii and 3DS, but it does work well in my opinion as a celebration of ending that era of Kirby and starting a new era, and I just think it's really cool that they made all the friends from previous games playable. It's like a big grand union, it's so nice to see everyone again. Even Marks we're confirmed that Marks isn't dead. Probably Adelaine. Yeah, Adelaine is fun. Oh yeah, Susie doesn't have fingers. I'm not good with blob hands, I like to draw fingers. Your favorite character was all the Nintendo cameos in Kirby's Dream Land 3. Real answer is Marks. Yeah. You're clean now, welcome back, Suits. We're gonna draw something Dragon Ball related next thing. Any suggestions for characters? I'm also going to talk about the Dragon Ball complaints I saved up for this stream. Because I needed something to complain about, and nothing's happening in the world of Batman right now, nothing interesting. Was it 2022 that was a fantastic year for Riddler, and since then we haven't had much interesting Batman stuff, so no wonder I found something else to obsess over while Batman's a bit on the down low. I didn't even listen to Batman Unburied Season 2 because it sounds so bad. Even though Unburied first season, the original season, is like the best Batman thing ever. But the second season sounds like pure trash, which is tragic. Did you ask about Kirby Favs? Yes, I asked. Your Fav is Marks too, right? Dedede! Oh, yeah. I thought that because you have a Marks plushie, he's your favorite too. Dedede is good. I still can't believe that Ryan I finally defeated Dedede and Kirby Air Ride. It was down to... Yes, it was a skill issue, but we also didn't know the strat. But now we know the strat. More Kirby music. Mark is neat, but nothing beats Dedede. Dedede is already perfect, the best hint from Smash Bros. That's excellent. Has anything interesting been happening in the world of DC or Batman in anyone else's opinion? I think the Superman movie is supposed to come out this summer, right? People seem really excited about that, and I'm really happy for everyone. I hope it turns out well. I've been starting to understand Superman's appeal more in my old age. Like, he's a good boy who tries his best. I've also understood better how to make stories interesting, even when you have, so to say, overpowered characters. And I used to think that Superman is too strong to be interesting, but no, I found myself to be proven wrong via other media. I think Superman is a solid character. Here's our Susie that I somewhat managed to salvage. She doesn't look super scuffed anymore. Plus, Superman's new movie says Krypto in it. We love a good pupper. Yes! You really hope the movie is good. You need non-cynical, hopeful superheroes again. Absolutely! You like Superman, Man of Steel made him mean, grumpy brick. Yeah. What's the actor's name? Oh my god, I'm blanking out on the actor's name. I should know his name. He played Witcher 2. Why can't I remember his name? Henry Cavill, yes, thank you. I thought he always looked the part, but he never got to play a good Superman. Batman gained a new girlfriend in the comics and everyone is mad about it. Oh yeah, you told me about that, yeah. I understand why everyone's mad about it, but Batman goes through girlfriends. Like James Bond. I'm stretching. I suppose it's time to unleash the brain rot and draw some Dragon Ball. But who should I draw? I can draw most of the Dragon Ball characters, yet in my own opinion, Scoots and Rai would tell you that I can draw them, but I don't think I can draw them. HTQTAS Season 5 is going on and nobody's talking about it. That's related to but oh! Yeah, what's that acronym? No. What's that acronym? Oh yeah, the Harley Quinn show. I don't want to talk about it. I hate it. I'm happy for everyone who likes it, but okay. Interesting to hear that no one's talking about it. I guess it's run its course. Because I know the first couple of seasons at least were very well liked. I don't know why. I just can't fathom why. The new Batman animated series, Caped Crusader, that did seem to kind of die down quickly too in the fandom. I wasn't interested in it. It didn't seem like it was a horrible thrash fire, which is okay, of course a good thing. I didn't want it to be a thrash fire even though I wasn't interested in it. Oh yeah, the Harley Quinn fart fetish comic, it's not out yet. Chat suggestions for a Dragon Ball character I should draw. Because if no one's going to suggest anything, I'm going to draw a horrible character or something. How did that even get created? I don't know. I don't know. In retrospect, Grape Crusader was meh. It didn't sound very interesting, not before it came out and not after. I'm choosing a pencil. I'm going to draw a Dragon Ball character that nobody but except me and my siblings like. I'm finding a reference. Shin? I should draw Shin, but I'm going to draw Kappa first. Yes, I'm gonna draw Kappa. Everyone seems to hate Kappa. Kappa is a good boy, come on. But maybe it's just because everyone hates on Dragon Ball Super too. I need to read the comic and compare it to the anime, but all the bits I've read from the comic so far seem inferior to the anime in my opinion. I'm going to draw Kabba sitting because he's not going to fit standing up if I want to draw him a good size. Based Kabba. Get ready to meet the angry Kappa or whatever he said. Oh yeah, the line is here comes the dark side of Kappa. I love it. When he tries to be mean to Kale on purpose to draw out her Saiyan powers. Kappa is a good boy. I don't know how old Kappa is. He seems very young, but some Saiyans are just tiny. And he's pretty high ranking in the 6th universe's Saiyan organization or whatever, so he can't be too young. Yes, it was the dark side of Kappa. That's what he said. Overall, I think I might enjoy Dragon Ball media in anime format more than manga. Toriyama's obviously the manga is the original, so it has all my respect, but it seems like everything happens super quickly in it, and anime has a bit more time for things to happen and breathe and whatnot. I've been spoiled by One Piece, perhaps. Too much of a baby face, I need to make the nose longer. Those eyebrows were too sad. Again, I just draw the details on the face before I even have sketch out the rest of the head or the body. This is a really bad habit that I need to learn out of. You thought Cobb was something like 16, but on Reddit they estimate in his 30s. Hulma, you have no idea about the creator intent. Cobb's age? Yeah, me neither. Like, clearly he's significant. He has a notable age difference with Vegeta. That's something. He's clearly Vegeta's junior, but... And Vegeta's in like his 40s in Super. So hard to say. But come on, he has to be between Gohan and Goten in age. Yeah, I don't know. He just seems quite young, but maybe it's because he's so small. Why am I going to draw a difficult sitting pose? This is going to look so scuffed. Let's see. Measurements. Boomer Vegeta. Now is time to complain about Dragon Ball. I have specific complaints about GT even though I haven't watched it yet. But I was thinking, I hear a lot of people say that Pan in GT is insufferable. I'm interested in seeing how that goes because Pan in superhero movie, I know she's just 3 there and she could grow up to be insufferable, but I don't just believe that would happen. She's so sweet in the superhero movie, I love her a lot. And I know people tend to hate on female characters, so I'm curious to see if she's actually as hateable in GT as everyone says or not. I am concerned, but we'll see. But something about Pan that really annoys me concerning GT is that it said she can't turn Super Saiyan because she's only quarter Saiyan. Okay, I guess that would make sense at the time, but we live in a post-Battle of Gods world. And in Battle of Gods, Pan, unborn inside Vidal's stomach, is able to take part in the Super Saiyan God ritual. So, claiming now, after that movie, that she wouldn't be able to tap into Super Saiyan power makes no sense to me in that context. And what we've seen of her in superhero movie, and knowing Gohan, who could be the strongest Saiyan, even though he's only half Saiyan. He could possibly be the strongest Saiyan if he wanted to. So I don't know, in that context, if anyone comes at me anymore saying that Pan shouldn't be able to tap into Super Saiyan power, I just don't think that would make any sense anymore. So yeah, that's already annoying me about GT, even though at the time I suppose it would make sense to say that a quarter Saiyan can't go Super Saiyan, but not in Pan's case, not anymore with all these newer lore things. I don't think that makes sense anymore. So that's something I wanted to complain about. Pan is far from the worst character in GT, lol. Yeah, I think she just gets a lot of hate because she's a girl, you know? Like Bulma gets a lot of hate because she's an annoying, nagging girl who doesn't fight. Paraphrasing annoying people online, of course. What is this pose? Pan can absolutely go super. She has the father's potential. I hope, if the story continues at some point, that Pan will be the new protagonist would be peak. I think so too. I'd love to see that one day. I don't know if we'll ever get that, but if I got to make a decision about any future Dragon Ball media set in the further in the timeline into the future, I would make Pan the new protagonist who's training to be the next greatest warrior of the universe in Goku's footsteps. I think she definitely has the chops for it. This is a lame pose, but whatever. Okay, let's add the hair thing here. Another thing I wanted to complain about GT, even though I haven't watched it yet, is the ending. As if Kappa would ever do an interesting pose. True, part of why I like him is that he's so normal. You always need a one normie character in a cast of colorful characters. But like, GT's ending, I don't know the full context, but I kinda know what happens in it. I know Goku seemingly dies at the end of GT, and I don't really know how that goes. And this is going to sound so stupid, but there used to be a Dragon Ball MMORPG game that was exclusive to Korea and Hong Kong, I think, like 15 years ago. And a lot of characters and concepts from that game originated in that game have been carried over to future games like the Xenogame series. For example, Chronoa, the Kai of Time. I think she originated in that MMORPG. And Toriyama created a lot of character and story concepts for that game's setting. I think it was just called Dragon Ball Online. And I'm 99% sure that because the game was set like 300 years after the events of Dragon Ball, I'm pretty sure it was Toriyama himself who came up with a little story about how Goku died 300 years ago in that game, and I prefer that to how GT goes. And that's a stupid thing to say, but if you have to compare the ways we have for how Goku supposedly dies, I prefer what I believe Toriyama came up with for that morph game. You want Goku to choke on a mochi as an old man and die? Yeah, that would be better. I just don't think that Goku in his prime pulling off a heroic sacrifice death, for some reason I don't think that fits the character and the world of Dragon Ball, but that's just my opinion. I know some people really like GT's ending, but it feels weird to me. I don't know it entirely in context, of course, but everything I know about it feels kind of weird and off to me. I just don't think Goku is a character who... To me, it doesn't feel right that Goku would actually die for real in a battle. It feels like he's a peace-loving, carefree guy who should go peacefully or on his own terms. I don't know why I'm discussing how Goku should die. Oh, that fast eating finally caught up to me. Part of the reason I love Gowasu so much, specifically the Super Anime version, is that he's such a goober in a good way. He's such a grandpa, almost choking on a mochi. But also his relationship with Zamasu is really interesting and engaging to me in it. He seems like such a fun and sweet guy who tries his best, failed, and it actually haunts him in a way where he tries to do his best still but is struggling. And the fact that he actually was sad about Samasu's fate. No one in Dragon Ball mourns about the villains except Gowasu. I think that was really cool. Gowasu is the reason Zamasu is an interesting villain, because they have a relationship with something going on there. Not in the manga as far as I've seen, but in the anime. Goku did die to a virus once, yeah, the heart virus in the bad timeline. You want Goku to eventually develop aching joints and grey hair. Me too! I want old man Goku. Gowasu is so peak, I die. Yeah. I think Goku and Vegeta both should become old grey Saiyans eventually before they go. I think my sister's been finding a lot of translated old Toriyama interviews where he talks about the characters. They've been so fun to read. I've grown to like and respect Akira Toriyama a lot. Even though I didn't read or watch any of the stuff or play the games he contributed to growing up. But I respect his work a lot posthumously. I think he was seemed like a really cool person, and his interviews are a lot of fun. I think that in one of the interviews he deadass said that yeah, Vegeta seems like a guy who will die young because a vein will pop in his head. Goku and Vegeta shouldn't die in battle, they should die happy in a world they saved so many times. Yeah, I know, right? But now we need to talk about something less morbid. But yeah, that's the complaint I wanted to talk about. That's a complaint I have about GT already. Something I have a complaint about Dragon Ball in general, that Toriyama comes up with all these interesting characters and then they're killed off and never come back because they were villains. Does Vegeta count as a little guy? Yes, he does count as a little guy. He is not the littlest guy, but he does count as a little guy. Krillin does not count as a little guy because he does not have the personality. He's too brave when it counts and he has too big of a heart. He's too mature to be a little guy. He's not pathetic enough in the right way. Vegeta is pathetic enough to be a little guy, and when drawn accurately, he's also shorter than Bulma, so... Late Vegeta might not count, but early Vegeta counts. Yeah, before they started to draw him weird. In the early Toriyama works, he was such a gremlin. It feels weird to say Vegeta, because when I speak normally in Finnish, I say Vegeta. Like a Finn would. But when I speak in English, I had the instinct to try to pronounce his name correctly, and it feels weird. This Kappa looks way too shifty, but oh well. Kappa counts as a little guy because he's pathetic enough. Vegeta has definitely still a little guy when he said that's right, Mondoku. You said I made him too hot? I made Kappa too hot? Oh no. I can't draw conventionally attractive people. It's the fact I tried to make him smile, so he started to look shifty. Okay, that's a little better. Oh yeah, another complaint I have about GT is that everyone has bad hair in it. I don't understand why everyone's haircuts are so horrible. Did you just see a craziest Daima spoiler or was it a fan edit? You can't tell. Put it on Discord and I'll tell you. I haven't avoided Daima spoilers, but I haven't sought them out either. I'm going to enjoy the show when it comes out fully in English. Yeah, Scoots can tell you if it's a spoiler too. You're great at making disgusting people. I'm not good at that either. I don't know what I'm good at. I don't consider myself a bad artist, but I'm also quite insecure in a lot of ways. I don't think I can draw conventionally attractive people. I can't draw like funny or kooky or crazy or wacky characters either. I just draw generic, cutesy or somewhat pretty characters, I guess. And old men. I have old man powers because one of the first types of humans I learned to draw as a teenager was old men because I loved Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. That's what got me motivated to start learning how to draw people, and I used that as a reference, and I liked a lot of the old man characters in that. So I learned to draw old men early, compared to a lot of my art peers at the time. Maybe that's why I can't draw Perfect Cell, because I can draw handsome people. And he's supposed to have a handsome face. You think someone told you that spoiler and you're screaming about it? Crazy shit, I think it's real. Seems real. I might not have seen that spoiler then, because... Scoots, did you talk about it on Discord? I'm gonna have a look. Oh my god! Did that happen in Daima? Did that happen in Daima? I'm not going to say what it is, but if that happened in Daima, I checked Discord. That's so cool if that happened in Daima. I'm really excited. I saw people screaming yesterday that the second to last episode of Daima came out yesterday, I think. People were screaming and saying that it was a great episode. If that's real, if that happened in that episode, I'm so excited. Oh my god. I'm not going to say anything in case people don't want to know. I just haven't been avoiding spoilers in Daima myself. Oh, Luigi Kai, thanks for stopping by. Nice to see you here. We were just discussing some Dragon Ball stuff because I'm obsessed. Okay, Daima just got a lot more exciting. I've already been excited about Daima because Shin features in it prominently and he's one of my favorite characters. And I like the idea that they're expanding world building and exploring the demon realm in it. And it just seems like a fun little one season of a larger anime if you want to look at it like that. A fun little adventure. I'm looking forward to it a lot. The animation quality seems good too. Let's add a bit of an other color to flesh this out. Hi, you don't know Dragon Ball yet, that's okay. I didn't know about Dragon Ball 6 months ago. Until like 6 months ago either, when I got obsessed. All you'll say is Toriyama, since he still worked on Daima before his passing, did the Broly treatment. Original Broly is so bad. Can't wait to watch the original film since I've only seen the Dragon Ball Z abridged version. But Dragon Ball Super Broly film is so good. Toriyama came and fixed Broly. Like, not everything Toriyama did was good or something I like, but... Oh no! What happened to the tip of the pencil? There it is on the floor! Oh my gosh, thank you so much, G! I'll finish up and see what you requested this time. It just disappeared, yeah, the tip disappeared! But yeah, I think Toriyama was genuinely just a cool guy who wanted to tell cool stories, and they didn't always land, since he was self-proclaimed lazy artist and storyteller too, but I just think he had a lot of great ideas. And he was a great artist with a lot of, like, so to say, rules that I respect a lot, like keeping the characters simple. I love the character designs in Dragon Ball. And especially in the old days, the people who wrote the movies didn't really get it. But I think there are other artists and writers who get it too, like Dragon Ball Super Anime for example. Some people say it's so bad and people hate on it, but I think the Super Anime is really good. I think writers did really good stuff with Toriyama's ideas in it. Like with the Zamasu arc for example, like I said. Really, I think they did a really great job with Zamasu and Gowasu's characters, and I love the Tournament of Power. But I'm having a ton of fun watching original Dragon Ball currently too. Gonna flesh out Kappa a little bit. Yeah, the tip just disappeared. I don't know, it fell. What happened? It fell on the floor. Zamasu is freaky. What is that emote? I don't know. Zamasu is so cool. Definitely the second most interesting villain in the whole series after Frieza, in my opinion. And it's specifically the relationship he has with Gowasu that makes him so interesting. Also the mystery element to the story arc with him and Goku Black. He's just an interesting villain. Also, I like the almost genre bending he does, because he's like a JRPG villain in My Boys anime. It's really interesting when you, so to say, break genre expectations and conventions like that. And James Marster's vocal performance as Zamasu is enough that I added him to my voice crush list. Watching original Dragon Ball, it's been mostly a lot of fun. I'm not crazy about the 80s gag manga antics that the original still has. I like Dragon Ball for having a light-hearted and humorous tone a lot of the time. Of course, sometimes things get serious and I like that, but I like that it has humor, but the specific 80s gag manga for little boys tone is a bit not my thing. I don't mind some of the joking, like I grew up reading Ranma. But some of the jokes on Bulma's expense in particular are a bit too degrading and uncomfortable for me. And like I said, the joke of Goku being a clueless little kid has kinda run its course for me by now, but I'm in the Demon King Piccolo arc, so I think it's a pretty good timing that it didn't start to feel old until now. And Pilaf is not my favorite character, he's not that funny or interesting. I appreciate him for what he is, but he's not that interesting. I really like the Red Ribbon arc for the most part. I'm kinda obsessed with General Blue. I know there's a lot of like bad old anime gay stereotypes in General Blue, but I love him. What a crazy guy. He really just jumped out of a helicopter and without a parachute and landed on the ground unharmed. He kept surviving impossible deadly situations. It was so funny. Really fun character. We can see the bottom of Kappa, I'm sorry. There we go. Sometimes it's hard to align what I'm doing. There we go. Overall, Red Ribbon arc was fun, and Tien arc was definitely the highlight so far. I love a good shonen tournament. The first tournament was fun too, I like Nam. There was the Goros Bacterian guy, thankfully Tambourine killed him. But yeah, the second tournament with Tien and Chaozu was super good. Crane was such a fucked up villain, Crane. Oh my god. Speaking of Dragon Ball, Tao has also been a highlight so far, and I have not been able to stop thinking about Tao dancing to this song, or the more energetic version of this song from Princess Peach Showtime. Look up Princess Peach Showtime Assassin Disco on YouTube and imagine Tao dancing to it. Imagine! My playlist is halted tonight, indeed. It keeps bringing me the songs related to what I'm talking about. It's crazy. If I could find a good, suitable dance, I would like to try to rotoscope Tao dancing. Like rotoscope animate him. It's also so funny to see how many of the voice actors have been in the Funimation version of Dragon Ball since the beginning. Like, I had no idea that Assassin Tao has the same voice actor that Shin would have later down the line and still has. That's so funny to me. And that adult Krillin's voice actor was already voicing General Blue, for example. That's so fun. And Roshi and Yamcha's voices have been the same since the beginning, and Pilaf's too, and Oolong's. And Linda Young, the queen, voicing fortune teller Baba, going to be the first prominent English voice for Frieza. Yeah, sentient playlist indeed. Okay, that's Kappa finished. Let's see if she requested another character. Let's see. Kuma and Tomo! Oh, my cats! My family cats! That's a fun suggestion. They're going to fit here. I'm not good at drawing cats, so they are going to be very scrunkly. Let me see if I have any photos on my phone right now. I do have a photo of Tomo sleeping here. Scootsrai, can you put some pictures of Kumo and Tomo on the Discord? They don't have to be great pictures, enough that I can roughly see their patterns. Tomo's patterns are easier, so I can draw him more easily, but I think I need a slight reference for Kumo's patterns. That's a really great suggestion. But yeah, I'm not very good at drawing cats, but I'm going to try my best. Kumo is a super soft and slender and active and happy old boy, and Tomo is a chonker with short legs. Doodle Ray, woo! That was such a fun moment too, because of course I've been watching Dragon Ball kind of out of order. I've watched Super, and I know stuff about Z. Like I said, my first introduction was Dragon Ball Z Kakarot game. So I knew there's an assassin character who has the finger gun before Frieza has the finger gun attack prominently, and then we started to watch original Dragon Ball. I thought, okay, here he is, Tao the assassin. He has the finger gun. Those clothes look kind of familiar. Haven't I seen Dragon Ball characters with similar clothes in future media? Is Tao somehow related to the Crane martial arts school that I know Tien and Chaozu originate from? Turns out he is related. That's so interesting. I was so happy to figure out that ahead of time, even though I think Toriyama probably he came up with Tao first and then he came up with Tien and Chaozu. But I had fun realizing that, and I thought it was cool that they showed Chaozu using the same finger gun Death Ray attack in the tournament, and that's how the other characters connect the Crane martial arts school to Tao. I thought that was a really cool way to reveal it. Also, before I start working on drawing Kumo and Tomo, why is no one talking about the weird parallels between Chaozu and Frieza? Like, seriously. Maybe I'm insane. But when you look at Chaozu's moveset, he levitates, he has a finger gun Death Ray, and he has the telekinesis attack where he twists Krillin's organs, internal organs, and he's bad at math. Okay, let's look at Frieza. Of course, Frieza is a monster, a strong monster who does a lot of stuff, but he levitates, he floats a lot. He has a finger Death Ray that's more deadly than anyone else's, arguably. He blows up Krillin from the inside out with that thought, so that's some kind of psychic ability. And he... I know Toriyama said that it was a bluff afterwards, but Frieza does not understand the clock clearly, saying the planet is going to blow up in 5 minutes. I don't think he lied, I think he just doesn't understand time. They're both white. So what's going on there? Chaozu will blow up the planet one day, yeah, maybe he will. Chaozu's evil arc. Maybe it's just because now that I know Dragon Ball, I understand that Mewtwo is based on Frieza, so maybe because of that I see Frieza as a very psychic character as well, but I can't help but feel like Frieza is definitely more of a psychic character than a lot of other characters in Dragon Ball. He pretty regularly seems to levitate objects too. I think he levitates his chair, and he levitates rocks and stuff at many points. I know Piccolo too also levitates objects, but I see a lot of weird parallels between Frieza and Chaozu's abilities. I think there might be an intentional thought there that they're both very psychic with their abilities. This is your favorite conspiracy, not gonna lie. Okay, time to try to draw my cats, now that I got that off my chest. Oh, there's some good pictures of Kumo in a box and Tomo sleeping, yeah. And Kumo sleeping. Yeah, I think I can draw their patterns with these thank you siblings. Let's draw Tomo first, because I think he's easier. I haven't figured out a good shorthand for breaking down a cat's body and facial features into parts yet. So drawing them is a bit of a struggle for me because of that. Frieza's son is canon and it's Chaozu. Oh yeah! Down with Kuriza. Chaozu is Frieza's son. That's a new... I'm going to start spreading that on the internet. You think Chotsu is more powerful because he has more hair than Frieza? Possibly. Speaking of Frieza, have you ever thought about Frieza's age? Something I love about Frieza is how ambiguous of a character he is. Like, what is he? What gender is he? What age is he? I love that about him. And, okay, we have some frame of reference for his age now thanks to the superhero Broly film, but I think that because he spent like something like 15, 17 years dead. So, what does that mean for one's aging? I don't think you age in hell. But yeah, I think it's pretty funny how many ships it sank when Broly film showed him as a child at the same time as Vegeta was infant. And all the original Frieza Force guys like Dodoria, Zarbon and Ginyu were adults at the same time as Frieza was a shrimpy child, so it just made me laugh so much. Chotsu points at Frieza and goes, "Baldy!" Oh yeah, but then Frieza also trained for 10 years to get Black Frieza and Super, so what is even age? But is he like 7 or is he like 14? Yeah, we don't know. All we know about Shrimpy Frieza is that he's very shrimpy and Japanese materials refers to him as adolescent or child. So he is underage, whatever that means for his species. But yeah, we can't know if he's like 5 or 16. Base Chotsu would win. Would win what? Everything? Beat Frieza? This doesn't look anything like Toma, the eyes are too big. You need to post the picture again. Beat Frieza. I'm having so much fun with Dragon Ball. My life has been so much better with Dragon Ball in it. I recently read a write-up about like neurodivergent people and how it's sometimes typical of them to like need to explore new media or hobbies sometimes, and I can relate to that a lot. I have my comfort stuff, I have my Sonics, I have my Kirby's, I have my Batmans, but sometimes I just need to explore new games and media, and finding Dragon Ball, a whole new big world to play in, has been so awesome for me. Oh, some Abzu music, isn't it? Yes, Abzu. Love Abzu. The healing power of Dragon Ball. Finding new stuff is fun. Yeah, it can be overwhelming, but I'm having so much fun with Dragon Ball. And I'm having fun watching new films too. I think that next year, after I finish this year's film challenge, I'm going to try to play games from my backlog. Because with my priorities, I often put drawing as a priority above anything else, which means I don't have as much time to sit down and focus on shows or movies or video games. Tomo does not have this large of a head. I need to make the body larger. These are weird human arms, pay them no mind. By the way, Kuriza Frieza isn't even bad. It's hard to find Kuriza. It's hard to find real information because it wasn't translated out of Japan, but as far as you understand, the joke is actually funny as hell. Do you mean the chestnut joke or something else? Another joke about Kuriza? Right, I read that, watched the joke, and I could not think I just thought about the cell line from Hiffle that we joke about. What's the joke line? Yeah, I've been watching Dragon Ball Z Abridged and their other stuff. I've watched Hiffle and DBZ shorts and their other stuff too. They check out Team 4 Stars Craven the Hunter 3-parter. It's so fucking funny. I mean, seriously, it's hilarious. I love it so much. Kuriso's special power is knowing how many pages are left in the manga. But he counts wrong and the manga ends before he can do anything. That's amazing! Yes, so Kuriso is from Nekomajin, I believe, the comedy slash Dragon Ball parody manga that Toriyama made sometime after Dragon Ball. And it features a character called Onio, who I believe is supposed to be a scion. I mean, I don't mind Nekomajin, but I do mind when some people insist that Nekomajin is canon to Dragon Ball because that's stupid. But I think Nekomajin as its own thing seems like a pretty funny, silly thing. That's a really excellent joke. I did not know that's the joke with Kuriso. I do get some psychic damage from seeing pictures of Kuriso. I don't like his design, but... This is trying to be Tomo. Tomo has a pointed tail. Oh my god, I love Absu so much. One of my favorite video games for sure. I love these artistic indie games with beautiful music and visuals that tell emotional stories with a little dialogue. Who managed to catch the stream still? Hi Blank, we're still going. I'm hoping to go till midnight or so. I'm trying to draw my cats right now as requested by G, who is a fellow cat lover. I think G's family has like 10 cats or something. Back with Burg? Is it Hesburger or Burger King or McDonald's or what else? Right, Scoots, I know you're joking, but unless they give me solid evidence otherwise, I think Frieza's species is non-binary and they reproduce on their own. However that works, maybe they're chest bursters like aliens, like xenomorphs. Burger King, it was the closest. I haven't had Burger King in a while. We did have some Mackie D earlier this week though. And today ate some tuna pasta bake that mom made. And in the morning I ate an egg sandwich. I don't know what I'm going to eat after the stream. This will be a vague approximation of how Tomo looks. Oh, this is such a cute rendition of Kirby music from... I think this is from Epic Yarn. Tomo has bigger ears than that. Hep, how do you get the drive to just draw? You've been pumping out drawing constantly 22, 23, but recently you've barely done anything. Oh, it's not very helpful for me because I have a visceral need to draw. Like, I don't know what to do with myself or my life if I'm not drawing. I'm haunted by images in my head that I need to put down on paper and haunted by my passion and enjoyment of things that I need to express by drawing or I explode. But I still sometimes I just don't feel like I can draw anything or don't have a lot of motivation to do like finished work. So I just take a break when I can and enjoy other things about life. Like I like going outside a lot and I watch a lot of, even when I can't play video games, I watch a lot of streams of other people playing video games. And I like to watch movies and shows and such, but video games tend to be my main source of inspiration besides going outdoors. I think that when you struggle to draw, sometimes it's just down to a lack of stimulation, or you just need to do something else and fill your head with fresh ideas, spend your time away from it for a little while. Or sometimes if there's problems in your life, like sometimes I get really bad anxiety and then drawing is difficult, so then I need to find ways to sort that out before I can get back to drawing. But generally I would say that try to do something different or new if possible and take a bit of time away from drawing before you get back to it. Of course, if you do it for a living or want to study it, you have to just be diligent and do it even when you don't feel like it. But if you just draw for fun, you're more lax about it, then I definitely recommend taking a break. Something, because I'm a traditional artist, I also like to try working with different mediums sometimes. That's kind of what my next art video is going to be related to. I'm going to try to film an art process video of myself doing an art project that's very out of my usual wheelhouse. I've been really interested in like looking at people's doll customization videos recently. I don't think I would have the skills to do that or the patience. I actually hate crafts. I don't like doing crafts, but I love watching people do that stuff, and it's been giving me a lot of ideas, and Dragon Ball has been filling my head with a lot of ideas lately. I like winter, but I'm looking forward to spring because then it's going to be easier to just drive and go outdoors again. But yeah, my main drive to draw is that just my way to express myself, and if I don't know what to do with myself if I don't draw. That's why I draw so much fan art in my free time, because that's how I express that, oh my god, I love this thing, I love this character. I'm going to add Tomo's patterns in here now. Tomo has white whiskers, I don't know how to draw them here, I think I'll just grab an marker. Dragon Ball's really been super inspiring to me. The character designs are so fun. I don't even normally like aliens and stuff, but I'm super interested into all the gay colorful aliens in Dragon Ball. And the fashion, the old fashion especially, is so much fun, and I'm learning so much about menswear just now that I'm researching how to draw cool clothes for the male characters. Learning more about Chinese clothes too. And I'm forced to learn how to draw muscles better than before. And it's also fun challenge, sometimes frustrating but fun challenge to figure out how to draw the characters I love in my own style, because I have pretty high standards for myself for facial diversity, for example. And Dragon Ball is decent at it, but it also has some pretty big spots where a lot of characters have the same face. And I just can't draw them like that, I need some more diversity in the faces. So figuring out how to draw this character in my own style in a way that makes sense to me while keeping them recognizable, it's frustrating but fun. Tomo is he's not any breed, he's like a mixed breed, but he's got a tuxedo pattern. You can't see his white socks here, but he has white socks and a white collar and a white spot on his nose. He has like hazel eyes. Wish you were Chad enough to wear a pink Batman shirt. That Tomo looks good as fuck, Raimon needs to see it. I don't think it's as good as it could be. I need to study Tomo and Kumo more closely to get them just right, but... yeah. A lot of Dragon Ball male characters or male presenting characters wear pink and other girly correlations, and I love that. Dragon Ball is so woke, you guys. Like, obviously it has some poorly aged stuff, but watching original Dragon Ball, I'm just so happy to see how many different cultures it depicts in the world. How many differently colored characters, and like I said, how many gay aliens there are. Like, even just Namekians, they're they don't have the same gender binary concept as people have. And I think that's really cool. And newer Dragon Ball stuff is even better at representation, and I think that's really nice. Pink shirts also have great words on them, like Batman or Kill You. Yeah, exactly! Both... I just can't get over Tao. Tao and General Blue are both standout characters because they're super evil villains, but they do so many crazy and weird things. They're also really hilarious at the same time. Like the way shirtless Tao just runs up Corin's tower made me laugh so much. We have a gif of it in our sibling server now. That was so funny. Bro made a bathwater boil with his mind, then sat in it to bathe, and boiled an egg and ate it. Like, what the fuck was that? That's the kind of stuff I love. Like, what was that? Same with General Blue. Like I said, he jumps out of a helicopter and survived the jump. He survived so many death scenarios and kept jumping from high places and just surviving. And then he had some random psychic abilities. And then he couldn't kill Goku because a mouse ran over Goku. Like, what is wrong with you, man? Why are you making these horrible violent puns about characters? He has a great noblewoman laugh too. Not as good as Frieza, but still great. He executed his underlings in cold blood for being too disgusting in his opinion. That was so good. I love character moments like that. You're going to make a pink Batman shirt in real life. You already have the fabric picked out. And I need something that says... You need something that says kill you too. You need a pink shirt. Another cutscene into Connie where Lucilla debates in Yeah, that's going to be great. Good. It's the establishing character moments like that. Little character moments like that are so important to me. For good characters too. I always say this, but one of my favorite moments is in One Piece, an early volume. And the reason why I'm so fond of Smoker as a character is because he had a fantastic establishing character moment when he was first introduced in the manga. He was like building these... He was balancing some pebbles on top of each other, then called out to stop pirates in Logua Town, I believe. He rushes off to catch the pirates. He's built up as this really scary and fearsome marine. He bumps into a little child. He's holding an ice cream. The child's ice cream falls over. The child is really sad. Smoker, with his scary face, stops by, gives coins to the kids and tells him to go buy an even bigger ice cream. Then he rushes off to catch the pirates. I love that. That's such a good establishing character moment. I'm all about character content. See, I got so excited I could hardly speak. I keep stumbling over my words. And yeah, it goes for good guys and bad guys. You need that flavor, the juice, the character juice. I'm going to add a bit of purple, because Tomo seems to have like a cold pale skin color. Yeah, that bit is good. Yeah, let's do lilac undertone for Tomo here. Then I'm going to add a bit of white marker just to bring out his whiskers. Tomo is such a good kitty. He's so chill. He has this baby meow that he can do at command, but he also has a really loud meow. Meow. He has some tooth problems because he's old now. He's turning 13 this year. And some old cats just lose their teeth, and Tomo is losing his teeth, but he's such a good kitty. He's such a good, chill kitty. You'd never know, but Kumo is turning 15 this year, but he's so active. Of course, sometimes when he sleeps, you can tell that he's a grandpa kitty, but he's so active and curious about everything and loves to play. Tomo's always been way more chill. He isn't afraid of many things. Kumo can be skittish sometimes, even though he's also curious, but Tomo is such a relaxed kitty. There we go. The tail is maybe a bit thick, but... Tomo got on your lap! Wow, that's rare. Tomo isn't really a lap kitty. Kumo will jump into your lap if you sit in the right chair at the right time. Tomo does not get in your lap. You have to pick up Tomo and he might stay there. But Tomo, jump onto your lap? This is a haunted stream. The song playing right now is also Yakuza Metro. It's cat related. I'm scared. Yeah, they are healthy for their age. Of course, they're old cats, but... You know. Then, how to draw Kumo? I have some references of Kumo in a box. Kumo has super cute pink nose and paws. I don't know what the pattern is actually called because, like, yeah, our cats aren't any breed. They're like tabbies, mixed breed. I think Kumo might have Harlequin pattern, but we say he's got like cow pattern on his fur. Tomo did the Kumo thing somehow, that he jumped on your lap. That's so funny. Haunted stream. I'm going to draw Kumo sitting upright because he's very polite and he likes to sit upright and look up at you with his big eyes. Kumo also has the really nice smiling mouth. Tomo has a big nose, Kumo has a slightly smaller and more delicate nose. There's a good reference image of Kumo's face. I think the nose isn't long enough. I'm trying to think of other funny character moments and stuff I enjoy. I'm going to bring out the eraser. I'm not happy with this. There we go. When you were in middle school, you had a female cat named Santu who kept actively hunting rodents and laying them in front of the door at age 18. Oh, that's so cool! We don't let our cats outdoors. There are a lot of outdoor cats in the neighborhood and I'm happy to meet them, but I don't think, even though I live in a semi-rural neighborhood, I don't think this is rural enough for cats to be outdoors safely. And also there's a lot of nature around here and cats kill nature obviously. They're hunters. Kumo has more of a face shape like this. I hope I can capture his eyes. So far in original Dragon Ball, besides General Blue and Tao being standout villains, Tien and Chaozu are definitely my favorites. I'm excited to see Piccolo as a young'un before he becomes the awesome team dad that he is. And I was always like suspected that Tien would be a really cool character when I learned more about him, but I had no idea just how cool he would be. Weird that he doesn't have more, like, fangirls online, but I suppose it's because a lot of people grew up with DBC specifically, and his backstory is in the original Dragon Ball instead, so... And all the fangirls latched onto Vegeta in DBC instead. Also, Tien is ugly because he's bald and has 3 eyes. To people who have no taste, but you know... don't think this mouth shape is wrong. Tomo is watching the stream. Aww. Tomo doesn't have very good hearing anymore. He's not deaf, but he's definitely hard of hearing by now. But when my brother was away from the house for a few days... Wait, that's not how the story goes. I'm misremembering, but I remember an occasion when my brother wasn't at the house or something. And mom played a video of something with my brother's voice in it on the computer. Tomo perked up because he recognized my brother's voice on the computer and it was so cool. In your perfect world there will be more TN-focused stuff pre-Z. I don't care when TN-focused stuff is set, I just want more TN-focused stuff now that he's definitely pretty high up on my list of favorite Dragon Ball characters. Oh, Sleeping Flower in Moonlight. This is a version of my favorite boss theme from all of Kirby series. My favorite not boss song is Northeast Frost Street from Forgotten Land. But Sectonia's battle theme, Fatal Blossoms in Moonlight, is my favorite boss theme. There's a vocal rendition of this on one of the anniversary CDs, I believe, with an opera singer, and it's really cool. Kumo is very slinky compared to Tomo, who is chunky. He will sit politely like this and stare at you. Tomo has a habit of staring you directly in the eyes. Vector the crocodile has huge Tumblrman potential. Vector... People don't understand what a good man Vector is, how... Yeah. Vector is very underappreciated as the good man he is. I'm not sure if he's hot enough for the Tumblr sexy man crowd, but... But Vector is a dude man. It helps that he's one of the older Sonic characters and I'm getting old, so you know. But yeah, so I was saying, Tomo has a very uncat-like habit of just staring and gazing at your eyes and into your eyes. Many cats don't really like direct eye contact like that, but Tomo just will gaze into your eyes and stare at you on an end. Northeast Frost Street is amazing, makes me feel very emotional. I know, right? Like, I was almost in tears when I first heard it. Yuta Ogasawara, I believe, is one of the newer Kirby composers that joined the main games in Kirby Star Allies. He's incredible, absolutely incredible. He has an ability to bring out some truly moving tracks in Kirby games. All the composers in Kirby are good, but he's a standout for his tracks. I believe he composed the song for Planet Earthfall in... Kumo's nose is in black, oh my god. I believe Yuta Ogasawara composed the song for Planet Earthfall in Kirby Star Allies 2, where you can definitely hear his style. Just reminding you all that Shadow is 50, oh, more than 50 by now. Old Man Shadow! I can't weave Shadow as an old man though. My relationship with Shadow is very different to how it was when I was young now. I looked up to him as a kid and I still do in a way, even though he's a fictional alien hedgehog. hybrid thing, but now I look at him, oh my god, Shadow, he's my precious son, I want to protect him. That's something I like about Dragon Ball 2, the characters age, and there's a lot of adults, and they're actually forming families and stuff, because I'm old now. I'm not going to ever form a family, but I like seeing old characters doing old people things now. And when I say old, I mean over 25. A lot of anime has really young characters, and it's harder for me to be interested in that anymore. I still like media featuring children and teenagers, you know, but for example, I can't be bothered with something like My Hero Academia, when it's really the teenagers going to school is a really important aspect of it. Like, yeah, no thank you. My Hero Academia has a lot of other problems too, but the emphasis on teenage class camaraderie and going to school is one of the aspects of it that I just can't be bothered with. Before I stopped reading it, I do remember Endeavor fondly as an interesting, engaging, evil parent character trying to amend his ways. Kumo is going to look slightly insane like this, but when he sits politely like this and stares, his eyes do slightly do that. I'm not sure what the word is in English. My Hero Academia fell off big time, at least in your opinion, yeah. Shadow the Boomer Hog. I enjoyed My Hero Academia fine for a while, but then I lost interest, and in retrospect, it's hard to think about much positive. It's hard to find many positive things about it in retrospect. For me, at least. No diss to anyone who likes it, of course. Okay, Kumo has like a black hat. I think I didn't get Kumo's nose quite right, but oh well. In Dandadan, they have a grandma character drawn as a 30 to 40-year-old woman, like... My Hero Academia felt like it had a complete tonal shift midway through, which you can appreciate in certain situations, but it was really jarring. Felt extremely aimless at some points and kinda seemed it was written as they went. Most characters were just bad, lol. My Hero Academia, it got shit on the grades before it. Yeah, this... I know that I'm not always opposed to stories being written as they go along. It depends heavily, but yeah, My Hero Academia was way too thirsty for me too, like... The sexualization of underage characters in it felt extremely uncomfortable. Like, I have a pretty high tolerance of anime being creepy about 15-year-old girls, but My Hero Academia crossed the fine line. Also, I hated... I didn't like Deku, and I hated the explosion guy who was his rival that everyone loved. I hated him. I want to say his name was Bakugo, but I don't know if that's right. I did appreciate some of the villain characters, even though... What's the blood-sucking girl called? She was super sexualized, but I did have some aspects. I did appreciate some aspects about her genuinely. But I just... Twice too had some... The mental problems the bloodsucker girl and Twice had were somewhat compelling to me. before I stopped reading. And Mr. Compress, I think, was the villain character who had a great drip, but he didn't show up at all. So yeah, a drip alone does not a good character make. You cannot comprehend how a literal asshole bullet explosion guy was somehow supposed to be likable and everyone in the universe liked him too. Even Sasuke was better! Dandadan is pretty good, yeah, so I hear. It doesn't seem particularly interesting to me personally, but I'm almost always happy to see people. I'm almost always happy to see people excited about a thing, and I can definitely see why people would be interested in Dandadan, but I don't think it's for me. I've seen some clips of it, that the art style is really cool. Good song. Common theory is that Grandma in Dandadan made herself look young so she can get to try and relate to her granddaughter more. You stick with Soul Eater for your magical school powers anime. It also has the sexualization problems sometimes, though what way less worse than My Hero Academia. Yeah, it's a cultural thing. The sexualization of young women, it's a cultural problem that it's just there. You just have to deal with it to an extent. Not to say that all Japanese media has it, but it's a prevalent problem in Japanese media that you have to be conscious of. Speaking of, I should check out the new Ranma anime, the first season. I grew up reading and watching Ranma. Ranma has its problems, it's kinda dated, but I also really like it, it's just so crazy. Ranma has the thing where all the characters are assholes, but it's part of the joke. You're not supposed to think the characters are good people, usually. I will say Happosai is pretty bad. Mostly tolerable, but the thing that makes Happosai kinda insufferable is that the cruelty is taken a bit too far with him sometimes. And since he's so powerful and so unstoppable, sometimes he gets away with a bit too much perving on the girls sometimes. Was Dandadan the one that got into Fortnite, or am I confusing you with other popular animes? I don't think Dandadan is in Fortnite. Spice and Wolf is a very wholesome anime. Yeah, I know you've been talking about it, that you enjoy it. The Netflix Ranma is so fun. Yeah, it seems fun. I really need to get on it. How a bit... Did you watch the whole season of the Ranma? Does Moose, I don't know how they pronounce his name in English. Does he show up yet? We watched a bit of the new Ranma recently, it was enjoyable. We watched Ranma as kids and we're always like, Happosai episode again? You still have 3 episodes left, okay, yeah. I don't think Moose might... He probably won't show up in the first season, but we'll see. He definitely seems like a villain that would be brought in the second season. Oh, I hear a cat. Let's see if I can get Kumo's patterns right. He has like a big spot here. And black here. And he has a white tip to his tail. I don't think I'm getting Kumo's patterns quite right. Yeah, he hasn't shown up as far as you remember. Kumo is bewildered a lot, but not behind your door. Yeah. Sitting there kind of wondering. There's a new anime releasing this season about an adventurer's guild receptionist who solo clears dungeons so that she can get out of working overtime. A tad too often you remember a series extremely fondly and forget all the questionable stuff, and then when you rewatch it for yourself or to recommend it to someone else, you're just like, oh, I completely forget about that part, oops. Yeah, that doesn't happen to me so often, but I can definitely understand that, and it has happened to me. You just... Sometimes you remember the bad stuff more so, and sometimes you remember the good stuff and forget about the bad and weird stuff. I'm kind of self-conscious and timid and reserved in a lot of ways. I'm shy to recommend stuff to people because I think that, oh my god, people are going to think I'm a freak if I recommend this thing to them and then they don't like it. I struggle with paranoid thoughts like that. Especially with my sense of humor since it's so dark. Like, I love Batman Unburied and I love the Batman Audio Adventures. There's a lot of really dark and disturbing stuff about both of those. And I also like a lot of really flawed media, but I just enjoy them for what they are in spite of the flaws. So there's that too. Usually don't recommend anything to anyone for those reasons. Accidental keyboard smash, don't worry about it. Yeah. I didn't quite get Kumo's facial features correct in this, I think, but it's fine. His eyes, like Tomo's, are kind of hazel color, like a yellowish green. Kumo's eyes are maybe a tad more green. Flawed media is super underrated, yeah. Like Dragon Ball has a lot of problems about it. But I love it regardless. Sonic has a lot of problems, I love it anyway. Batman has a lot of problems, I love it anyway. They're both awesome, thank you. Everyone is demanding that things be perfect, but I like things in spite of, maybe even because of their imperfections. Yeah, sometimes the imperfections are what makes stuff more interesting or enjoyable in a way. Then sometimes imperfections make things more human. Oh, I need to add pink to the ears too. Like, I will say that to me, I say that something is perfect to me because my enjoyment of it is 10 out of 10 in spite of, or even because of flaws. I'm going to add a bit of white for whiskers too now. Let's use this Posca paint marker. I'd like to try to do a proper full-on paint marker illustration on painting at some point. I have this book, I'm going to show it to you now. That I'm talking about it. It's books by an artist called Angela Pan, who entirely specializes in marker painting illustrations. Like, this is all paint markers. Isn't it beautiful? I'd like to try to do illustrations like this at some point too. It's a media, I have paint markers, but I haven't done too much with them. I mainly use paint markers to draw on top of colored pencil because they're one of the only media that works on top of the wax of colored pencils. But a full-on paint marker illustration, that seems like an interesting challenge. I'm not great at painting, but sometimes perfect media is too blunt, yeah. Kumo has a bit too much of a baby kitten face here. His face is like I said, his nose is a bit longer, but I tried to draw this at the angle where he sits and gazes at you. Wow, this song is so chill. Who is everyone's favorite Animal Crossing character? I really fell in love with Diana when I played New Horizons. She's my favorite. Absolutely favorite. I love Dier, and Diana has a great color palette, but I fell in love with her. Well, I know people say that Animal Crossing characters don't have personalities anymore, but to me, getting Diana early in my island, she was such a comforting and nice presence there always for me. There's my cats, an approximation of them at least. Kumo and Tomo. Let's see, what time is it? I think we have time for 1 or 2 more doodles of my own accord still. I'm going to stop around midnight. Oh, I'm going to show you something else now too. imperfections in media sometimes leads to some great memes, so I guess there's that too. Like Megan, because your sister said your drawings remind her of her design. Oh, that's nice. So, speaking of Dragon Ball, I have not read Akira Toriyama's work or watched his stuff or played games he worked on, but this is the first manga my mom ever bought for me when I was, I think, 10 or 11. A draw manga by Akira Toriyama and Akira Sakuma. So, in a weird way, my life has come full circle. Yeah, there's Yamcha on the cover. I was vaguely aware that Akira Toriyama was the creator of Dragon Ball at the time. I saw Dragon Ball manga volumes in the stores, but I wasn't interested in them at the time. Yeah, I would read this religiously. I learned about Dr. Slump from this. I learned a lot about Akira Toriyama as a person from this volume, I think. I learned some genuine art tips too from the later part of this. Like, Toriyama had amazing fashion in Dragon Ball, I think. There's an entire section where he talks about how he collects like fashion magazines and stuff to learn how to draw pretty girls. I think that's so sweet. And there's the section where there's like amateur manga pages that he gives feedback on. And I think it's so interesting and so cool to, after all these years after his passing, get interested in his work and find again in my life what an interesting and awesome artist he was. You like Coco cause she's a freak and she's a rabbit like you. You need to get this book and the Araki manga writing book as well. Yeah, JoJo's creator. This is a really fun little book. My other first manga volumes were Arina Tanemura's Phantom Thief Jean, the Finnish release of that JoJo series, and Ranma 1 out of 2. You also used to read that book a lot. Yeah, it was so fun. One of your favorite Toriyama trademarks is how some women he do have big fluffy hair. Yeah, that's great in original Dragon Ball. I love the 80s hair the girls have. Stupers he stopped drawing curly hair for new female characters later down the line, but it's fine. I also like that Bulma and some other characters keep changing hairstyles and clothes. It feels so realistic. Yeah, big curly fluffy hair is kinda rare nowadays, huh? It's not so much so in style. The JoJo's writing book is insane to you because he shared how he makes characters through a sheet and it has so much unused detail in it about what makes characters and you think that's great. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that's really cool. How much people know and think about their characters even if it never comes on the page and how much it informs a character's personality or actions. Again, talking about Dragon Ball since it's my new favorite thing and my hyperfixation, and I've been reading those Toriyama interviews, like, we see very little romance on the pages of Dragon Ball because allegedly, he says this himself, he was too embarrassed to draw it. But apparently he still had an idea of his head how all the couples became couples. And so, I just think that even if something doesn't happen on the page, if it's inside your head, it's still important to characters. I know a lot about my OCs and I would tell anyone. No one knows even knows my OCs names except my siblings know the two characters' names. What do I draw? Maybe, you know what, I will draw my OC. Now that I have her design sorted out finally. My fantasy OC Ileana that I've had since I was like 14. Invented her during the summer vacation when I was 13 or 14. But yeah, she's stuck around with me for forever. Along with another character called Jaffa, but Ileana is the main thing. She used to be a villain. Lead a group of villains, but I loved Ileana so much I decided eventually, why isn't she just the protagonist? Let's see, obviously I'm not going to be able to draw my own character now. She has ice-based magic. She is unintentionally somewhat heavily inspired by Leorina from Clonoa 2, because Clonoa 2 is my favorite video game and such a formative childhood experience to me. In a weird way, the other main character, Jaffa, is unintentionally somewhat inspired by Clonoa himself, but not as much as Ileana is inspired by Leorina. Again, drawing facial features before I have any kind of a facial structure. One of my biggest art problems. So for years I've agonized about Ileana's design. I haven't been able to get it to a point where I'm really satisfied with it, but quite recently I finally cracked it. She finally has a standard design I'm happy with and can usually draw without too much struggle. Jaffa is not as lucky. I'm still struggling with his design. I have really, like I said, I have maybe overly high standards for character design even when drawing fan art, because I'm obsessed with all the characters having unique enough faces that you can recognize them without colors or hair or anything else. And it comes to bite me in the ass quite a bit, because I actually can only draw 3 different faces. No interesting pose right here, because I'm already struggling. But just trying to draw my OC. You don't have real OCs, but you have Sims OCs and fan characters for Batman and stuff. Yeah, I have so many Batman fan characters too. With you. My sister and we have so many Batman fan characters. Where Dragon Ball? You only drew 1 compa so far? Yeah, there was the Chaozu request too. Same face syndrome is really silly. And it's not even that big of a problem. Like, if you can tell characters apart in the context they appear in, it's fine. It gets boring if all the characters have the same face, but it's not as big of a problem, the same face syndrome, as DeviantArt made me believe as a fledgling artist. I learned all my toxic art habits from DeviantArt. Like, facial diversity is really good, but I'm overly worried about it sometimes, I think. Ooh, Grease music, wonderful, one of my other favorite indie games. I'm so excited for Neva. I didn't buy it and play it at launch, even though I was thinking about it last time I did an art stream, I think. Or was it my birthday playing stream? Because I bought the deluxe. I pre-ordered the physical deluxe edition for Switch instead. It comes with an art book and a CD. It's my first ever indie game that I've bought physically. I think Neva is going to be worth it, considering how much I love Grease by the same developers. One Piece is super popular and has a huge case of same face syndrome. DB as well, to be fair. Yeah, Dragon Ball has same face syndrome. People shouldn't feel bad about it. And Oda has been getting much better at it too. He's learned a lot of ways to differentiate character faces over time. And in Dragon Ball 2, there is the same face syndrome, but I think artists always become better over time. Like when you look at characters Toriyama designed for Super, for example, there's a lot of new eye shapes he didn't use to draw for characters before, for example. Yeah, this pose is going to be she's just going to be standing there. I promise I'll draw a proper illustration of my Osis one of these days. I considered changing Ileana's hair color from bright red. She's always had bright red hair. I've had 2 not nice comments about her, people thinking she's a Gerudo because she has brown skin and this nose and red hair. She's not a Gerudo. I didn't even know what a Gerudo is when I invented her, and it was annoying, but then I decided that, yeah, whatever. She's not a Gerudo. Go away. I think I'm drawing her a bit too tall, but whatever. Just a generic standing pose. You love Greece? What? Yeah, Gerudo Zelda race. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Gerudo is the all-women warrior race that Ganondorf originates from. As the only male that's born every 100 years or something becomes their king. That's how the lore goes, I think. So they have quite distinctive, like, facial profiles, and they have dark skin and red hair. Did I get her hair length right? I think I decided that it's this long. Ah, you said Greece and you made a silly joke about it. Yeah, I didn't look at the chat yet, so I already forgot the context. The problem with Jaffa's design is that he's been getting weirdly prettier lately. I don't know what's happened. And I'm now torn because I can't decide whether I should just make him pretty now that he's apparently wants to be prettier, or if I should stick to my guns and try to not make him pretty. Oh, Moomin music! Oh, something else interesting about Dragon Ball. So I grew up, like anyone my age in Finland, grew up watching the Moomin anime from 91, I believe. The 90s Moomin anime. And watching Dragon Ball, an anime from the 80s and 90s, it has so much in common, weirdly, with the Moomin. Not just in the backgrounds, but it actually uses a lot of the same sound effects. Of course, the painting style of the backgrounds, how some background elements are stylized and whatnot, are so similar. Animation things are so similar. Some music is so similar. Specifically, there was one song that was often played when Upa and Bora, his father, were shown on screen. One specific song was so similar to the feeling of 90s Moomin's music. It was awesome, and overall there's a lot about Akira Toriyama's art style that just reminds me of Moomin and even Tove Jansson's original Moomin illustrations. It's really interesting. And my siblings agree, we don't quite understand what or why, but there's so much Moomin-ness in Dragon Ball. It's weird but fun. The fact that there's so many of the same sound effects is especially interesting to me because that's like actually something about the production of these shows, that they share so many sound effects. That's really interesting to me in terms of production, even though I don't think the studios that created the shows were affiliated with each other. I should watch the 90s Moomin anime. A new season of the Finnish-British CGI animated Moomin show, I think it's called Moomin Valley. A new season of it came out recently, but I never got into that show. Help, Kumo is obsessed with the sofa suddenly. Someone has dropped olive on it. Oh no! Kumo loves the smell of olives. Someone must have dropped olive on it. Maybe the cake. Mom used olive oil in the cake, right? Maybe someone dropped crumbs of the cake on the sofa. Usually when you hear similar sound effects, you think similar sound libraries were used, but that's probably because you are used to that with old games. I think that's probably the case with the Moomin and Dragon Ball 2, that they use the same sound libraries. And I just think that's really interesting because there's a lot of sound effects I'm just not used to hearing anywhere else. But they're so distinctly Moomin. I know the new Moomin show has some good parts about it, but it just feels kinda weird to me. I don't like the visual style of the show, I'm sorry to say. I don't think CG is the optimal, at least not that CG is the optimal presentation for Moomin characters. And yeah, it just feels a bit off and weird overall. The worst part is that there are songs in English. That takes me out of the experience quite badly. We're getting a lot of slow songs towards the end of the stream. Interesting. Have you guys enjoyed the playlist that I compiled over the course of several days? And Elena has these talsock things. Because I'm not good at drawing shoes, and I used bare feet a lot as a symbol of being in connection with nature. And Elena has ice powers, and I imagined her being able to walk on ice, water by freezing it under her feet. She also only has like sock things instead of real shoes. Okay, this leg is going to be hidden behind her M here. Super Mario Wonder used the same cartoon sound effects packed as those old Moomin PC games. It's crazy to hear those in a Nintendo game so prominently too. Yeah! You loved when Moomin Troll achieved Super Moomin and third form for the first time. Your dog likes the smell of stink. If it's smelly, then he's there, no questions asked. Tomo loves wet smells. He loves wet socks and wet carpets in the bathroom. I don't know why. He's such a silly cat. He likes to go lie on the wet carpet. Okay, let's use some red now for Elena's hair. But yeah, Kumo is absolutely obsessed with the smell of olive oil and olives. Elena has probably the most unique face that I can draw. I put a lot of thought into every detail of her facial features. She's named after a Fire Emblem character. Because I love Fire Emblem Path of Radiance is such an important game to me. I loved it. It made me want to learn to draw human characters and not just Pokemon and Sonic characters and whatnot growing up. And I loved Ileana in that game. She was so pretty and cute. So I named my OC after her, but her name is written differently. Oh, I forgot I put some Rayman 2 songs here. All of Rayman 2 songs aren't like proper songs that you can very well listen to, sadly. They're just short clips. I hear Kuma, I think. I forgot her earrings, I'm gonna add them here. Ramos, indeed. Rayman 2 is so good. Guys, would anyone be interested in me streaming Rayman 2 this year, potentially? Like, obviously I'm not going to be a regular streamer, but I thought it would be nice to stream some other video games. And Rayman 2 is another one of those big childhood games for me. I wonder if it could make a fun stream. Maybe in the summer. Rai wants me to stream it, of course. You want me to stream the PS1 version, don't you? I might also stream some of my favorite indie games at some point. I don't think that I like to experience a lot of media by myself or just with my siblings. So I don't think playing a game for the first time on stream, I don't think that would be the right enjoyable experience for me, but maybe some of my indie games would be fun to favorite indie games would make fun streams too in the future. Fun as in I'm going to play all these emotional artistic indie games and cry for half of the stream. If I cry when streaming Spyro 3, I mean, I'm going to cry when streaming anything apparently. Something else that Dragon Ball has made me really appreciate as an artist. I'm learning so much, but it's also made me appreciate like characters with technicolor skin, so to say. For a long time I did not like unnatural skin colors for characters, but now with all the aliens and whatnot in Dragon Ball, I'm starting to see and like understand how to make characters look fun with weird skin colors. Something that I'm glad about learning to draw Dragon Ball characters is that I already know well how to draw bald characters, because so many Dragon Ball characters are bald. They're actually easier to draw than anyone with hair. So at least I have that skill in my corner. I love this song, this is my favorite Sonic Heroes song. Rayman 2 is a childhood classic for you as well. Yeah, we're the same age, so we have a lot of shared gaming experiences from childhood. I just realized that I forgot to post about this stream on any Discord server except one. Oh well. This has been a great turnout. I'm really happy that so many people tuned in. It's been so nice to see many familiar faces. And I'm really grateful for all the donations too. It's helping me with art supplies a lot. I'm able to stock up on the expensive nice sketchbook, so when I run out of the Moleskine one I'm trying to fill this year, I can buy a backlog of nice sketchbooks. And I can buy some Copic Acrea markers, their new paint markers, that I've seen some interesting stuff about. And I can also start saving up for a Switch 2 and a new big external hard drive, and I'm even going to put some of that money towards buying something pointless and fun. I love sketching with colored pencils and mixed media overall. I love using markers and colored pencils when sketching in my regular sketchbook. I like to do like underpainting with markers and then use colored pencils on top. And then paint markers and fine liners for details afterwards. It's so much fun. Mixed media is so much fun. Colored pencils will forever be my one true love, but mixed media is so much fun and I recommend it to everyone. And if anyone ever needs tips with mixed media, hit me up because I have experience of certain combinations. Oh, this song just fills me with so much joy. It's impossible to explain, just pure joy and a specific feeling that reminds me of sitting in the car in the city during a dark rainy evening. And that sounds glum, but it's a really specific warm and joyous feeling for me. And that song is full of that feeling. Maybe because I love rain. You grew up with Little Big Planet and Minecraft because of course you had to be born on the same year as the PS3. You can hear the pinball sounds when listening to this track. My first gaming console was a PS2 that our dad bought for us, and my first game on that was Spyro 3, Spyro Year of the Dragon, and the second game was Klonoa 2. But we did play the Rayman 1 demo on PC before that. My first handheld console was Game Boy Advance when I turned 10. I got it for my birthday then, along with Pokemon Sapphire. I don't entirely remember how the seams on her socks go right now, but like, it's fine. This is just a doodle. I had a specific layout for how the seams go, but I can't remember right now. Too lazy to take out the reference. I should draw a proper reference sheet of her. I wonder, like, court some character design commissions. Court people to commission me to do character design, so I should make examples of my character design work. Yes, this is a version of Koo's team. I forget from which exact game this is. Okay, time to add some colors. Kirby music is so good. It's like its whole own thing. I remember playing Minecraft when I was young too. We had one shared account with my siblings and I was so scared of Minecraft. I'm still so scared of Minecraft I can't really actually play it properly by myself. But I have this specific memory as a kid of trying to build like a tower house where I could look down from the tower at night because I was so scared, and then a spider climbed up the tower and killed me and I was so scared. Roy can attest to this, that when we play Minecraft together I get like frozen in fear immediately because I have really poor sense of direction. I will immediately get frozen in fear if I don't know where I am, especially if we're traversing the caves. And I'm particularly scared of the illager raids for some reason. They tend to jump scare me. You should then doodle then the last. Maybe if there's time. I think I might end after this because I'm putting a lot of effort into drawing my own character Elena. I think it would be poetic to end on her. But I promise to draw more Dragon Ball stuff. I feel weirdly self-conscious about having a new hyperfixation that none of my friends or social media followers signed up for. But like, I shouldn't. That's so stupid. I'm always worried about being annoying to people. And I doodled Vegeta and Bulma like I showed the doodle from my sketchbook earlier. I doodled Vegeta and Bulma for Valentine's Day and I posted it on Blue Sky yesterday and it's somehow my most liked post on Blue Sky ever now. So like, I should just draw more Dragon Ball ships. I should draw the really bad Dragon Ball ships I like. That I invented. Rather. The awful toxic villain ships that no one else knows exist because I invented them. Then we'll see who gets cancelled on Tumblr. You remember that you would never play survival mode because the first time you played it was followed by a literal horde of zombies. Oh, that's traumatizing. Yeah, that zombie horde. Yeah, I don't remember for how long it's been a thing in Minecraft. Has it always been a thing? But I know it's a thing and it's scary. Like, of course, zombies can see you from far away and many can follow you at once, but there's an actual mechanic that a horde of zombies can spawn and follow you, and that's so scary. Okay. Then we need some browns for her skin. Last ominously, yeah, because of course my sister knows all the horrible Dragon Ball ships we have invented. When playing with your brother, you usually stayed above ground while he went on wacky adventures underground. That sounds familiar. I am in the habit of staying behind at base while my sister farms and my brother goes caving. I'll build pathways and build the house. And build a garden and tame animals. So this song is from Transistor, a game by Supergiant Games. They're best known for their game Hades, and now Hades 2. Hades is cool. It's not for me, but it's cool, and I'm so happy for the developers that they got on the map with that game, so to say. Of course, all their games have been well liked, but Transistor is the most special to me. I think I still like it the best, and I like the music in that game the best as well. Coloring darker skin looks a bit awkward on the paper because of the texture, but oh well. You just can't stop farming in Minecraft. And then you farm in freaking Don't Starve too! That's true! Last time we played Don't Starve together, you learned how the new farming system works and you just farmed. Oh, I love this song. Kirby music is so good. Overall, I need to start drawing. I'm too self-conscious to draw the Dragon Ball characters properly. I'm just posting doodles because I don't think I draw the characters well enough to draw like finished proper art of them online yet, because I'm so strict to myself, and I think the real Son Goku will be upset with me if I don't draw him properly, or maybe Vegeta rather would be upset with me. But I just need to get over myself and draw all the characters I am obsessed with that no one else cares about, like Gowasu and Chaozu. Trying to add a bit of shading to add shape to her face. These aren't quite the right colors for her skin, but my color range is limited in this box. She has this almost purple leaning, colder brown skin tone usually when I draw her. Okay, now I need a lighter color to burnish this with. Wonder if this will do. Ileana has a story, but it's all forever work in progress. It's never going to manifest in any format ever. But I just love my little old OCs Ileana and Jeff and figuring out their super drama-filled fantasy story. Yeah, I need a very waxy lighter pencil to make the skin look good at this point, but oh well, I'll add some black to bring out the facial features again. Her outfit is white, it's just shaded with blue. And then we'll color in the hair. People should start posting intentionally poorly drawn art, it would be so funny. I don't think I'm a bad artist, but then at the same time I'm really insecure and jealous of all the other awesome artists. Yeah, something I like about Ileana, even though she's my own character, is that she's an ice elemental, but she has bright red hair, and I think that's cool about her. Pun unintended. Okay, now we need to add in the black to finish her design and fix some of the line art that got lost. Oh yes, your art is definitely intentionally poorly drawn. Anyone can draw, especially in this day and age, people creating things with their own two hands. Whether it's good or not, it's going to be good, it's going to be great. I've been trying to encourage more people to just start drawing or making other things with their hands because it's so much fun. And I'm always eager to offer tips and help to people with drawing if I can. I'm not good at teaching people and I don't know any good secrets, and my art process is, like I said, mostly improvisation and fixing mistakes I make live, but I just wish I could share the joy of drawing with people, and if there's anything I happen to know, anything I've discovered over the years that could be of help to people, I like to try to share resources and tips and tricks. I haven't yet decided. The one thing I'm not entirely sure about Ileana's design is whether she should have pupils or not. But it's a minor thing. She has a really specific mouth and lip shape that doesn't quite come across here because I can draw details on this stupid paper. I hate this paper. I'm going to use it for studies and whatnot like these in the future too. I get some use out of it, but Dragon Ball is so good that even you almost want to draw. Yeah, that's the thing! When there's something good, you just want to do the thing. You just want to play with this, your new toys, in this case a piece of fiction. It's the adult way of playing with toys. Speaking of which, that reminds me, everyone should go watch the video on YouTube. The official Moomin channel on YouTube uploaded a mini documentary about Tuve Jansson and Tuulikki Pietilä's Moomin dollhouse. I have seen it live at the art museum. They made the documentary is about half an hour long. I don't remember what it's called, but it's on the Moomin official channel, I believe. You need to watch it. It's a beautiful video about a beautiful dollhouse and incredibly motivational and almost moving to me as an artist. Ooh! Here's some music from Callum Baird's Rayman fan game, Rayman the Dreamer's Boundary. I believe Project AR, Alexander Riade, yes, composed the music for it. It has a really good soundtrack and it's a really fun fan game. One of the best Rayman fan games out there. Might even be the best if Rayman's games don't count. I just realized I forgot Ileana's belt. No wonder she looked so naked. I knew I forgot something. The Moomin video, thank you. Who wouldn't be jealous? You would literally stab an animator in order to absorb their knowledge. Really, the thing I just want with my art, besides being the ability to just keep drawing, I just wish I could be able to make a living from drawing art, which is extremely unrealistic, and especially in this day and age, but I just hope I can continue to draw for as long as I'm alive, and hopefully make as much money from it as possible. As in, I don't need to be rich, I just want to make a living from it. How could I forget Ileana's iconic diamond salmiakki pattern belt? I'm so dumb. I blame the streaming process because only part of your brain works when you're streaming because the rest of your brain has to focus on the stream. Okay, the belt is black and the pattern is blue. Super scuffed, but oh well. Another paranoid fear I have is concerning other people drawing my characters. Again, this is a fear from DeviantArt days, because people would whitewash my OCs back in DeviantArt days. And that happened repeatedly. Like, of course, I'm from a small corner of Finland. I had to learn what people of color look like and how to draw them and color them properly. But I think I learned earlier than a lot of other teenagers, maybe, and then I ended up with other people drawing my OCs and giving them white skin. And it pissed me off so much. Overall, I feel really protective of my OCs for some reason, because they're so personal to me, I guess. So I feel weird about the thought of other people potentially drawing them, and I don't know why. I'm sure no one would draw them with ill intent. Especially since I never post my OCs publicly anyway. So how could anyone even draw them with ill intent? I keep talking about it, but the seams on Ileana's outfit are super specific in how they're laid out. I don't know why I put so much effort into those. Maybe because her dress is super simple and with simple designs. Again, I'm learning this from Toriyama. Keep it simple, stupid. You just need to... It can't just be a white dress, it needs to be functional. I need to know how she wears it, how it works. And the seams are there both for that reason and because I need to add visual interest. Also, I forgot I split the hem from the back again, fixing that right now. There we go. I'll check chat in a second. God, I don't miss DeviantArt. It's sad what happened to DeviantArt, but I really don't miss it. See chat. This is no longer a doodle. You're sure most people will ask before drawing. Yeah, and this is still a doodle. This is very much so still a doodle. This is low effort by my standards. Because normally when I draw things it takes me 3 days to draw a simple flower or whatnot. Because I'm the slowest artist in the West. Well, I'm actually not that slow, but I work in a naturally slow media. Traditional media and colored pencils especially. So compared to all my peers who work digitally, I'm really slow. And even my digital process is slow because it consists me of drawing the thing traditionally first and then going every line digitally again. But yeah, comparatively as a traditional artist, I'm not that slow. Here's a bit of a shadow, so she's not floating in void. The dress has almost realistic princess seams. Okay, yeah, it's midnight. I thought, do I have time for more, but I think it's time to end. Here, take a look at my OC Ileana, the Ice Mage, who's going on an adventure to solve the mystery regarding a frozen heart. This song fits the ending of the stream. Roy's getting mean. Looks lovely, thank you. So, well, I don't know how to end the stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope to do another Doodle stream sometime soon. Maybe we'll do a stream where I actually have a sketch at the ready and I'll work on drawing it, so you'll see a bit of my process live. Maybe if that's interesting to anyone. Hit me up if there's any art things you'd like to see me draw live or any questions you have or anything, just let me know. I'll catch up with all of you later again. Thank you all so much for the donations and the requests and for listening to me talk about Dragon Ball. I actually didn't even talk about Dragon Ball as much as I worried I would. I had other topics in mind too. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much. I'm going to go now.